the Lundy's Lane Battlefield. I'm the project lead for the Commemorative Park Project. And for this meeting, the Winter Festival of Lights check 359106 due to my husband's employment.
Okay, we had Councillor Morocco next, I think. Okay, yeah, I want to follow the order here.
Thank you.
I don't get in trouble twice.
Your Worship, I have check number 358597 was made out to my spouse.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ainon.
Check 358574 made out to my spouse.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Worship. There's 3 checks made out to the Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer.
Okay, any other disclosures? Okay, and myself, check number 358930. Check made out to myself. Okay, with no further disclosures, we will move into the budget section of our council meeting. I'd ask the chair, budget chair, Councillor Pietrangelo, to switch seats with me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And tonight we're going to receive a budget presentation from 3 different departments, and I believe that the Transportation Services is going to be going first. So I'd ask our Director of Transportation Services, Carl Dren, to give the presentation, please. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight I'm going to go through Part 1 of the Transportation Services budget. The Part 2 will be presented in January. The budget itself can be found on pages 143 to 219 in your budget book. Transportation Services Department complement is made up of 76 full-time employees and 117 part-time employees, which includes 1 co-op student. It's divided into 3 divisions: the Transit Services Division, Transportation Engineering, and Parking Operations. And for tonight, we're going to be presenting 2 of them, which is Transit Services and Transportation Engineering. The parking budget will be presented in January. Yes. So I'll start off with Transit Services. This is found on page 143 to 164 of the budget binder. Its complement is 59 full-time employees with 34 part-time, or with the majority of them being casual bus operators. It's really split into a myriad of several activities. It's responsible for the municipal transit, which is Niagara Falls Transit. It's now responsible for WeGo, which is the visitor transportation system. It also oversees the Charavan paratransit operation, which is a fee-for-service. It also takes care of out-of-town bus servicing, including our partner Go. In addition to that, we also provide charter services for Niagara College, Brock, and Fort Erie, as well as doing the service for the region, the intermunicipal transit service. And when buses are available, we also provide charter services. Essentially, the division is responsible for over $25 million in vehicles. And as you can see, it's 26 Niagara Falls Transit buses, 16 WeGo buses, 8 Charavan vehicles, supervisor, and 2 service vehicles. In addition to that, we're housed in a building that has a replacement value of approximately $15 million. Okay. There's a total of 27 altogether. 11 are with the parks and 16 are with us. No, just 27 total. Under transit services, we'll be undertaking, this year we'll be undertaking a couple reviews. One of them is Chair-a-van, and we plan to have that completed by the third quarter. And in reviewing Chair-a-van, we're looking at efficiencies, customer service, and it's going to lead to a RFP to be called out in the third quarter, looking at fee for service. In addition to that, we're also going to be looking at the Fort Erie, Niagara College, and Brock in conjunction with the IMT. And the goal there is to review or eliminate duplicate services. So we're going to look at, if both parties are doing it. And that would have, that will have a major impact on, the decisions will have a major impact on our future capital bus purchases if we don't have to provide the service to the universities and colleges, and if it's being done by the IMT.
Are you saying if Chair-a-van doesn't have to provide the service?
No, this is our regular transit service.
Okay.
Oh, you jumped ahead there. But the key issues and funding challenges we have, and I'll go through these three, which are the largest ones, and then following that, perhaps, or what I will do is go through the rest of the budget. The key issues and funding challenges are the ad hoc routing changes, the WeGo or visitor transportation system, and the Chair-a-van service fee for service itself. If we look at the ad hoc routing changes, Council approved the new routing structure in November of 2011, and what we looked at is the decision was to take the funding aspect of it to the next budget round. Initially, when we looked at this service, I think, Dean, if you could flip that. When we looked at this service, it started off when we had the consultant do it, and it was a 4-year window of introducing this. When the ad hoc committee went forward, it was a 6-year, and in order to soften the blow with the budget, now it's over an 11-year period. Now, the critical phase, or the most important phase, is changing the routing structure to meet today's needs. When you look at it, you're trying to address the current employment, educational, recreational needs. And really, the routing structure we have in place has been in place for a number of years, and it really services areas of the city that no longer need that service. So this would really change it around and bring it up to today's needs. And we're looking at introducing this through a 2-year budget cycle, totaling $600,000 in total. But what it would be is just under $296,000 or $297,000 each year that we'd be budgeting. So for 2013, we would budget $296 or $297, and then for January of 2014, it would be expected the budget would also be $297. So that's what we're looking for in relation to that. Now, beyond 2014 really would be a council decision. So 2015 beyond, it would be a council decision to determine how we would like to proceed to half-hour service and extended hours. So what we're really looking at is updating our routing structure as an initial phase. We're looking at this council to move forward that decision. And that would really set the stage on moving forward to bettering our transit service. And really it would address the council's strategic priority, being a transit system that's environmentally responsible, reliable, convenient choice that connects people. So we're really trying to fulfill that need by starting the process. So that's what's being asked for here. In addition to that, staff will also be looking at how to further integrate with the WeGo premium service. So integrate our Niagara Falls transit system with the WeGo system, and we've already started that. Monthly pass holders have the ability to ride both Niagara Falls Transit and the red, blue, and purple WeGo lines. So that's currently in place. we want to take it a step further and look at how other ways that we can integrate this and make it a better system. The next area we're looking at is the WEGO system, and that was launched on August 20th this year. It's in its first year of operation, and we consider the first year, or the pilot year, to be from August to August. And it's really to test routing and scheduling options. Council's seen and has heard from various of the tourist areas indicating that they need more service. And we looked at enhancing the red line and the blue line to meet those needs. And it's really our test year. As we go through the year, we'll start to gather information about ridership, about where they get on and off, and we'll have a better understanding. And following that year, staff will come back with a detailed, extensive report outlining the costs and with recommendations. So basically what we're looking at is the operational shortfall for this year, and it's only this year that's planned. It was always in the plan to try and work out the system and work out what's the best suited to meet the tourism operators' needs, would be funded from VTS reserves. Now, the Chair-a-van service, again, it's a fee-for-service, and we're going to deal with fee-for-service issues in the new year. However, I just wanted to bring it to Council's attention because there's a substantial difference between this year's expenses and last year's, and I needed to explain what they were comprised of. The fee-for-service itself is about a $22,000 difference over last year, or a 5.2% increase. And it's based on the 1.5% adjustment to wages, as well as additional clerical costs associated with the next item, which is the dialysis facility that's going to open in the downtown. And so what happens is, associated with that cost, we're going to be required to look at how to transfer people within Niagara Falls to the dialysis facility. And we had discussions with both Red Cross and NST, the regional service, to try and estimate what that cost would be. Now, just to explain what we're looking at is NST, the Niagara Regional Specialized Transit Service, provided transportation for Niagara Falls residents that needed to go to dialysis. Because we don't have one here, they were transported to St. Catharines. And the NST mandate is that they will transfer outside of boundaries. So they'll go from city to city to city. Their mandate is not to transport within a city. And that belongs to the individual operator. In St. Catharines, they have their own paratransit. Niagara Falls, we have Chair-a-van. So it then becomes our responsibility to do that for our residents. And so that's that extra $150,000 cost. The other thing, too, is it's really where monies were placed, and what we're trying to do is rationalize this entire service, this cost center. And so labor, fuel, and maintenance, they were identified in last year's budget, but they were in just the regular maintenance account. And so what's happened is it shows up this year in this account because we're trying to make this cost center and understand what the cost is for this operation. So that's not really an increase, other than some utility adjustments and so forth. So that's the explanation for that. The last item under transit services is the rest of the budget. And when you look at it, this is our expenses for all of the areas. And it's comprised of about $11.2 million, which is approximately 10.9% of the overall expenditures for the entire city. And really, I'm looking to entertain any questions on transit before I move to transportation engineering, if there are any.
Does any council member have any questions for Mr. Dren? Sure. Councilor Wing?
Does what we're seeing reflect anything else that we need to do to meet the Ontarians with Disabilities Act requirements? Like, will we be totally up to where we should be this year?
Will be good for bus service, but the infrastructure, like the terminal and all that, we have money in the budget to try and look at AODA standards for the bus terminal. And also, the other part of it that's really a capital item is the actual bus stops and whether they meet the standards or not. So we'll be bringing that forward in our capital end. So within this budget itself, we're focusing on our transit terminal, and that we need to bring that up to speed.
Does any other member of council have any questions? Councilor Gates?
Yeah, just a question on the VTS reserves. How much do we have in the reserves?
In the reserves themselves,
Yeah.
approximately 4.4 million.
Okay, and you said that we're going to take money out of there. So are you projecting on the first year loss?
We, when I don't know if you can pop that slide up, Dean, or not, but basically I indicated that there was route adjustments to the red route
Over the Rigo.
and to the blue route. Those are really outside of what we had budgeted originally. And so therefore, those are the enhancements that we have to look and rationalize over this one-year period. Equates to approximately $270,000. And that's what we anticipate. Again, it's an estimate. We, based on revenues, and the WeGo system itself, just to give you an idea of how it's functioning, the projected ridership was 600,000 for the entire year. In speaking with our general manager, we started at the end of the tourist season, August 20th. We're at 400,000 riders right now. So we anticipate that, there's opportunities for revenues coming into next year.
No, I can appreciate that, and we're all hoping that it goes real well. But I think if you've seen since the tourist season has ended, I'm on Lundy's Lane quite regularly, and there's a lot of those buses that are going, and there's 2 or 3 within a very short period of time, and unfortunately, a lot of them are running empty. So I was wondering, are you going to take a look, even though you're trying to look at it over a course of a year, but are you going to take a look at those particular routes now and see if we can make some adjustments so we can try and cut back on our losses? Just a question if you're looking at that.
Well, through you, what had happened, you recall that we had a presentation from the Lundy's Lane BIA, and we had indicated to them that we would make a commitment. Our plan right now is to look at the full year and then give you detailed numbers as to what those sort of shoulder seasons are, how many riders we're getting. Because our fear is if we don't get a whole year and don't get a whole year of ridership numbers, those groups will be back at us saying, well, what did you cut it off now for? So we're comfortable in the fact that the $4.2 million VTS reserve, or $4.4 million VTS reserve that we've got, which, by the way, was allocated solely for those transportation purposes. That can't be used for any other purpose, and that's the conditions it was given to us under. We're going to use that reserve to backstop any shortfall this year. The report that Carl is talking about that you will get at the end of the year, we're hoping to say we're in a positive position with ridership. If we're in a deficit position, we're going to give you options at that time to say, here's how we fix it so we can get back to a break-even point. But I think in fairness to everybody, we need to give it a whole year of operation before we make any changes.
Okay, I have Councilor Ainoni. Oh, sorry.
Quick question. Are we chartering any of the WeGo buses out at all
Yes.
currently?
Yes.
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
If it's tourism related, yes, it's the WeGo bus that goes out.
Okay, just I saw them going down the highway, so I wasn't sure if we were doing that. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ainoni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the CAO, can we use WeGo buses to augment Niagara Falls transit services?
Well, not at the present time because of the agreement with the federal and provincial government, but what we are trying to do, and what Carl indicated, we're trying to integrate so that we will eliminate duplication in routes. But the agreement that we have on the purchase of the buses, and maybe Serge can help us a little bit on that, but the current agreement indicates that it's for WeGo, and that's what the money was given for us to run the WeGo system.
Yeah, I understand that. I'll piggyback on Councillor Gates's point. I sat in a meeting yesterday for 2 hours on Stanley, and watch that empty WeGo bus go past more times than I can count. I know it is going down Lundy's Lane 4 times an hour, empty. And it's seasonal. Like, we all know it's seasonal. We are not at our peak time. But we have a Brock buses that run, I don't know how many times a day. And they are packed end to end, where the kids can't even sit down, and they are packed like sardines in there. So we're using a regular Niagara Falls Transit bus to pack those looking for higher education to take a bus to Brock, when we have empty articulate buses that are running 4 times an hour down Lundy's Lane, where we could really easily put a 60-foot articulate on the run to Brock, where these kids aren't like sardines waiting to get killed in an accident because they are packed solid together. Is there an opportunity to use an articulate bus to run the Brock route? Or may we get there?
Well, our belief is not under the current agreement, because
Okay.
the $50 million was given to run the visitor transportation service.
So for how long? So you say we have $4.4 million to augment. If next season it's October, November, December, and we're having this same conversation and they're running 4 times an hour down the Lundy's Lane empty, are we going to take a look at the agreement that says, maybe through those off times, we don't have to have those $36 million worth of rolling stock sitting somewhere, doing nothing, but we can use them to augment, to maybe go to the half-an-hour routes that we're looking at? Because I know council voted against buying the new buses last year, but are we eventually looking to get to that?
Well, I believe it's 10 years. The agreement's 10 years. And I think what Carl had indicated earlier is one of the things that he's going to be looking at in the rationalization of the fleet is we have Brock and the intermunicipal transit, the IMT, and we're going to be looking there for opportunities to say, do we need to be running those parallel systems? And if the answer is no, and we can get down to one of those systems or get out of that totally and let the region run it, that will then free up some of our conventional fleet to do some of the things that you're talking about on the route enhancements locally. So that was one of the reports that Carl mentioned up here that we're going to have back probably, what, Carl, third quarter? Yes. Third quarter of next year.
Well, and I'm glad to see Carl bring the some of the ad hoc route changes ahead for this budget. It's not going to help with the hour service. I mean, people are still not getting to work on time, or it's still taking them 2-3 hours to get where they want to go. But I am glad to see that we're looking at investing $300,000 each year to make route changes possible. But there's nothing more crucial than getting us to a half-hour system, and we presented that report to council showing you that that's exactly where we need to be. So I'm glad to see we're taking a little bit of a step towards there.
Okay, Councilor Carrier?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councilor Gates' questioning. So we know that, we're in the off-season now, but are we saying that we're going to run the routes with the WeGo up on Lundy's Lane for the whole winter, knowing that the business is not going to get any better, just so that we can get a full year?
What a waste of money.
Yeah, part of what we're looking at is we need that full year under our belt. Again, when people look at the system, they see it operating, it looks fantastic. But you have to remember the introduction of some of the technology is still going on right now. And we want to make sure everything's working fine and everything's working properly, and it takes time for that to happen. And during that period, we'll be able to get all the statistics everybody needs to make the right decisions.
If I could just help out on that one. Now, just let me put this in perspective, because we didn't recommend that. You recall, the system we had recommended had a much reduced system in the off-season and running really only on the weekends pretty much. Delegations came to this council. Council approved and said, go do it, staff. We want those routes to run. We're going to continue on until we get further direction. What we're saying to you is that any loss that may be incurred because of that lack of use from now until the season crunches up again would be funded from the reserve, which it was put there to do, rather than coming from the tax base. So if council is really concerned, you can certainly give us further direction and we'll go back out. But again, you have to remember that was done here by delegations of the BIAs coming here and saying to council, we want to have a look at how much that how much ridership is there in the off-season, so.
I understand that, but I voted on that based on the delegation coming here and making a point that they needed this service. And when someone says to me that they need a service, I'm assuming that it's going to be used. And I would assume that the other councilors made their decision based on that as well. But when we get to the point where we're looking at the buses during the week in the off-season empty, nobody on them at all, I would think we might want to call the delegation back and say, we should maybe make an adjustment here because there's not one person on the buses. And that money, I understand we have the money in the reserves, but maybe we'd be better off to take that money and spend it somewhere else. I'm just saying maybe we should look at it again if there's absolutely no ridership at a certain time or a certain day.
Just a motion of this council will do it. That's the direction. I mean, we've got, the direction we need now. Carl would need a little lead time on our schedules in terms of our sign-up sheets for staffing. But, if there's a direction of this council to say go and implement slower, less scheduling during the off-season, that's the direction.
Because I think we all understand, Mr. Todd, that, we want to get a season under our belt to see where we're going. But, I think that on a Monday or a Tuesday in the off-season or Wednesday or whatever, we know there's nobody riding it. I don't think we need to do that for 365 days to figure out nobody's going to ride that on a Monday or a Tuesday in December, January, February, March. So maybe we should, if it takes a motion, I'd be glad to make the motion that we call them back and say, council made this decision based on what you came to them and said you thought was going to happen. It's not happening on this particular time. We don't want to continue to spend the money for no reason. We'd rather give you more service maybe in the summer if you need more service. But it doesn't make sense to just keep running them empty if that's the case.
If I could just make a comment to that point. One of the things I mentioned earlier on in my presentation is the seamlessness of trying to get our regular riders from Niagara Falls Transit onto the bus as well. And right now, we've opened that door to them to say, if you have a monthly pass, you can go from a Niagara Falls Transit bus and hop on that WeGo bus to get you to your place of work. And so our purpose of this, I guess we have less than a year to go right now, is trying to get that ridership on that WeGo system as well. That's where you can integrate and utilize those buses by trying to get that ridership over to there.
I understand.
So that's part of the purpose as well.
But are you going to come back to us if it's not happening and say it's not happening? Let's go back to the people and maybe make a change in the service and spend the money where we need it.
Maybe I can help out here. If you would like, we could go back, have our staff go back and have a conversation with the Lundy's Lane BIA and have that conversation and say there's concerns around the council table that the service should be re-examined now in terms of its ridership. So we could have that conversation. Do you need a motion for that? No, well, we can certainly just take direction to do that, but we need to come back here and report on that, probably at the next meeting.
That's fine.
And then get further direction or a motion from council based on those.
But I think that you have to say it the way it is and say it the way council made the motion based on that they thought that you came crying that you needed the service and it was going to be well used. And when it's used, I have no problem. But if it's not being used, I have a problem. Even though we're dipping into our reserves, we could be dipping into our reserves for something we need.
Okay, I have
He said he's going to go back and do it, so.
I have Councillor Thompson, Iannoni, and Wing, please.
Yeah, I was under the impression that the schedule would change after the key season within the next few weeks, that it would be reduced. Lundy's Lane would be cutting off at 7 o'clock. Is that not right? And then on the weekends, they would go to 11 or 1 o'clock, whatever.
Yeah, that was the initial intent, and that's, as staff, that's what we were trying to bring forward. But what we had both from the Lundy's Lane group as well as the Fallsview group is that we needed extended hours past the 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so therefore, that's why that extra money is there. The overage is based both on the Fallsview group and as well as the Lundy's Lane group, or the Blue Line.
I think you're talking about two different areas. You're talking about Clifton Hill and the Falls View area. Most of the major hoteliers who had their own shuttle service have now abandoned that because of the success of the WeGo, and that service is vital for them still throughout the year. You don't want to be cutting that back. But the Lundy's Lane, the discussions I've had with the people out there, when they used to have a BIA, they suggested that during the week, 7 o'clock would be fine. So and if you're doing this just to get statistical information, then I think we should have another look at it. But I certainly wouldn't do anything unless you went back to all of the BIAs and requested their input. And the increase of some of the things that are happening here, we're changing in signage and stops and all things that were requested by the different BIAs. So that's why the fund was set up. It's legitimate. Once it's done, the stops are put in place and the changes made, I don't think you're going to see that kind of a problem in future years. In fact, the way it's going, it should be self-sufficient from the revenues that are coming in at this point. But you have to treat Lundy's Lane and the other two districts separately, but they all should be contacted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannoni, Councillor Wing.
And Mr. Chair, I wasn't thinking that we would cut back time into night. I was thinking more rather than 4 empty buses an hour every 15 minutes. Maybe you'd run 2 empty buses every hour. So a half hour, go from 15-minute service to a half-hour service. Not take it away from 7 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night. Just not run 4 an hour. That would seem to me, if you're in the off-season, we're saving money. I quite frankly understand the 4.4 million reserve, but do we have to burn it because we have it? That doesn't make sense to me. But I'm more intrigued and maybe want to see more advertisement on the use of the availability of those that have Niagara Falls Transit monthly passes, having the ability to use WeGo. Because that gives them, and I'm really just talking to the residents now, I guess, that gives the residents the ability to use that 15-minute service that's running down Lundy's Lane or running to Clifton Hill and being able to get to their job. Can they, on a 15-minute service, which we don't have right now as we're running an hour service. So through you to Carl Dren, can they transfer from Niagara Falls Transit to WeGo?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I think we need to do more than anything. We're not going to move to a half-an-hour service this year, but we are going to basically do what I suggested earlier, augment our service with WeGo. We just aren't going to use WeGo strictly for Niagara Falls Transit. But we need a marketing program to tell the residents, you do have a 15-minute, half-hour service available to you. It's called WeGo, and this is where you can get it. This is where you can transfer. This is where you can utilize it from, because I didn't know that till he just explained it. I know some of my committees here, and I don't think they knew that either. But I know for people who are emailing me who sat on the ad hoc committee, like I got a couple emails before I came here and said, is council going to buy into the improvement? They don't even know they can do that yet, and they sat on the year-long committee. So we need some sort of marketing structure that says our regular Niagara Falls Transit users can use WeGo, and this is how you do it. Because that's not out there yet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wing.
Yes, I have basically the same things to say. Consult the Lundy's Lane BIA. I think they'll be really reasonable. I know I was on it at the time when this came up, and this is really their lifeline. This is their connection with everything else that their visitors want to see. And I know it was a chicken or the egg situation as well. Their ability to sell these passes is based on something being there to make the passes worth buying. So I think we're working out the kinks, but they'd be really reasonable, I think. And I echo what Councillor Ioannoni said about the need to communicate the ability of the residents who have monthly passes to use the WeGo to get to and from work or wherever else along Lundy's Lane and down into the tourist districts like that. I didn't know that until tonight myself. So I think we really need to publicize this and get the word out there, because that is going to make a big difference, I think.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council for Mr. Dren? Councillor Gates?
just in recap, so that we know exactly what we're doing, you're going to go and talk to the BIA and see what we can do here to make sure that they're not running empty 4 at a time. I think that's kind of what we're going to go here.
Yes,
on
we'll-
a
we'll,
go-forward basis,
we'll,
'cause Councillor Thompson's right, and I believe Councillor Carroll was right. When we had this dialogue in the summer, we were cutting it off early in the evening, and the Lundy's Lane had said, hey, look, we've got lots of people that want to get down to the tourist area, and I really believe when we did that, we were going to revisit it once the tourist season was over. So I think that's exactly where we should go, and I'm glad we're going to do that. Because if you got reserves, doesn't mean you just spend them, right? You want to hang on to them as long as you can. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, I have a question as well, Mr. Dren. Just looking at the slide that we have here, the IMT regional service is a basic in and out, so in other words, we pay for the service and then the region reimburses us for that?
Yes, it's full cost recovery.
And in terms of the WeGo transportation, I know you have it up there as 1.8 million. Are there any revenues that offset that?
Yes, there are.
And what would those be at?
There would be approximately 1.1 from NPC.
Okay.
And I just want to remind council that when we were looking at this whole WeGo system, if you recall, we used to operate the fall shuttle. And the commitment from council was a 10-year commitment at $400,000 per year, with no escalation in any. It would remain $400,000 each year, and that would also be attributed to the WeGo system. Basically, because it replaced the fall shuttle, so that was for the 10-year commitment. So you're talking about 1.5 something that is funded by one means or another, so that the remaining amount is the amount we're talking about, which is about $267,000 is the overage. And I think Mr. Todd has to make that adjustment in the budget, but that's what we're looking at is that overage of 267.
And the overall expense, the 11 million, is that up or down from last year? Got to be up, no, because WeGo wasn't running last year?
Yes, there was WeGo, there's dialysis, there's a few things that were running that weren't there last year.
And the only other question I had was in regards to the routing service. Has it ever been considered? I mean, I know like when you get into the bigger centers, like especially Toronto, as you get closer into the center of the city, the service is more frequent as opposed to the outlying areas. Have we ever considered, a central core service whereby the buses would run more frequently as opposed to the outside limits? I know the plan right now is just simply to go to half-hour headways anywhere in the city.
No, it's hour. We're
at hour now.
Well, but what we're suggesting in this budget is changing the routing structure.
No, that I understand.
And it would
I'm
still
talking
continue as 1 hour service.
No, I'm talking about beyond 2014 then.
Yes, the intent is to go to half-hour service.
Right.
And to look at enhancements, so extending hours if necessary.
And what I'm saying is, did we ever look at a structure whereby the core of the city received more frequent service as opposed to the outlying areas?
No, we didn't focus on that specifically, but we can.
It is done like that in other cities, and I know just when I went to school in Toronto, I mean, if I wanted to catch a bus on Eglinton Avenue, I would have to walk. It might have been a kilometer to get there, but I could catch a bus every 8 to 10 minutes. If I wanted to wait where I was, then a bus would come every 2 hours. So there's a choice that's made, I guess, by the person that's using the bus. So it'd be interesting to explore that.
We could.
Okay. I know you want to go on with your presentation.
If there's any more questions that are generated as far as transit, I'm available at any time to speak, and as well as other staff to speak to any counselor that wants clarification. The next division is the Transportation Engineering Division, and that's on pages 208 to 219 in your budget book. The division complement is 5 full-time and 62 part-time, which includes the co-op student. Essentially, 61 of the 62 are the school crossing guard program. So that's the part-time component of that. The major activities that are undertaken under that division are special events that would be on-road special events, Traffic studies and traffic calming, school crossing guard program, as I indicated already. They look at the strategic plans and environmental assessments. They review applications that are provided by through the planning department, which include site plans, subdivision plans, zoning amendments, signs, commercial parking lots, etc. They're also responsible for the traffic signal program. In other words, overseeing it. That's done by the region, but we'll make sure that our program is operating correctly. They are also responsible for the signs, markings, and field services, as well as street hardware, which is your Kiwanis benches, bus benches, and so on. The reviews being undertaken by that division are, we need to look at our special events permit policy and process. It's been in place since the 90s, the program, and the number of special events from when it first started was 15 a year, and it's now over 50 per year that they look after. And the complexity of the events are much more far-reaching than they used to when we first started. Things like Walenda and crashed ice, they're involved in that, specifically from a road perspective, but they do a little bit more than that. So basically, it's time to look at the process. There's several other departments that also do special events permits, recreation, culture for various activities, and other departments as well. So we want to look at it as a whole unit. We're also looking at the Rainbow Bridge left turn onto the falls, and that's being pursued right now. It's in conjunction with the region and the customs group. Also looking at Fallsview Boulevard Portage realignment, looking at an EA for that, and that's realigning. It's really taking the area where the incline railway is, and because of the issues associated with that portion of road, icing and so on, we're looking at the realignment of that area through in front of Loretto, Livingston Avenue as a potential. Also we're going to be looking at, and that'll come, more information will come through the Capital Works, and Hunter Street as well, looking at road closure there. Key issues within the department or within the division, within the Transportation Master Plan, if you may recall, we just approved that. So we're looking at, there was 47 strategies and policies to look at reducing travel demand and ensure sustainability, things like transit. Looking at active transportation strategies to encourage the use of cycling, walking, and transit through marketing, promotion, and infrastructure improvements. They're also responsible for reducing liability in such areas as signs, markings, and school crossing areas. Right now, we on a yearly basis, we have what's called a nighttime road tour, and it looks at all the signs and the condition they are at night as opposed to during the day. So the reflectivity, as you're approaching curves, are the right signs in place. We do that on a yearly basis. And earlier on, I presented a couple meetings ago. I presented our accident statistics, and ours continue to drop, and I think a lot of that is attributable to what we do. And then legislative, ensuring conformance, and also looking at minimum maintenance standards and so forth. So that's really what that department or division is responsible for. From a funding perspective, approximately $2.2 million, and it's 2.1% of the overall expenditures. Any questions on the Transportation Engineering Division?
Any questions of Mr. Dren by members of council? Nope.
And just a note that I indicated earlier, the parking operations portion will be presented in early January. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dren. I think next up we have our Fire Chief, Lee Smith, who's here to make a presentation on the fire department. I'm sorry?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely. Of Mr. Dren?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yep. Sorry, Mr. John, you're not done.
No, sorry, I did have a question. It's been brought to my attention. I wonder if we can get a response from staff, or maybe we need to get a report from staff about the parking lots off Allen in the wintertime, in the off-season. You know, primarily they're locals using them, and primarily at Christmas time for Christmas parties. And I'm getting some unfriendly emails from people who are getting parking tickets, and they're locals saying, I understand why you need them in the tourism season. I don't understand why we're paying people to patrol the empty lots of locals and give them parking tickets. And so, as a matter of fact, as recent as about 3 days ago, I received another one. They said, we're just getting started with Christmas party time. And I just wondered if we have any plan to deal with this, and if we have any, because I'm not sure how the dollars offset with the tickets you get versus the paying employees to patrol those lots. But I wondered if maybe I get some feedback and maybe some feedback.
A lot of what you're asking for is going to be dealt with in January, because we're coming forward with a citywide parking review, which means looking at various parking lots and how they operate and how long they need to operate. In the area you're talking Allen Avenue, is that correct? Yes. We have one parking lot on Allen Avenue, so we don't have any more parking lots. We have on-street parking, but not one parking lot only. It is a tourism lot. We can provide some statistics on it and bring it back to council if you'd like.
I wondered, that'd be great, even if it's possible in 2 weeks for our next meeting. And the only thing I'm thinking is the Christmas party season with the BIAs down there. And I think I brought it up a few years ago, but it wouldn't, maybe it'd be helpful if we get some information on that to avoid the negative feedback or the feelings that people, especially at that point, the Toys for Tickets program will be over, and it'll really bug them when they got to actually pay money. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think next up we have the fire chief, Mr. Lee Smith, who's going to make a presentation on the fire department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing that I'd like to do is refer council to the budget binder, pages 132 to 153, where the fire budget is found. Our full-time complement is 138, and our volunteer complement is 104 when we're at full complement. Some of the major activities that you'll see here, you'll identify that they're centered around safety, and safety for our responders and for the public. In fire suppression, obviously we respond to fires, house fires, garage fires, barn fires, commercial structures, and sometimes garbage bin fires and grass fires, and whatever you could burn pretty much is what we respond to. Vehicles also, we have a number of vehicle fires that we respond to throughout the year. Rescue, high-angle rescue is a particular interest in Niagara Falls with all the high buildings and the gorge that we have. So we practice and train a lot on our high buildings in order to be able to provide rescue capability there. And we respond to somewhere between 12 and 15 gorge rescue calls on an annual basis on an average year. And this year was we had a higher than expected volume of calls down in that area with some very, very difficult rescue, medical treatment and removal techniques that were needed to be performed. Vehicle extrication is also another specialty that we're involved in, where we have we can be a single vehicle accident up into a multi-vehicle situation where we have mass casualties, and anyone that's trapped or stuck in a vehicle will need to be removed by different techniques. Sometimes it's as easy as opening the door, but many times it's very difficult, and it's requiring heavy hydraulic equipment, tools, airbags, special stabilizing equipment that really requires a lot of technique to accomplish. Confined space is another area that's a specialty rescue area, and that could occur in a sewer, any kind of very restricted areas that people get into, they can get caught up in and not be able to remove themselves from. And that we have special techniques and training and communications equipment, et cetera, to be able to get to people, and special haulage systems to be able to remove people from those environments. Medical tiered response makes up about 40% on average of our call volume in a given year. It's based on specific tiered response criteria that is assessed by EMS dispatchers. Once they determine what those criteria are of a call, they look to a specific criteria to determine whether we get tiered out or not, which is a medical dispatch criteria that determines a category from A to E. They call them alpha to echo type calls. And for the higher risk calls where there's more life-threatening injuries involved, which are the delta and echo calls, fire gets tiered out to those calls. So we go at the same time ambulance is dispatched, and because of our distribution throughout the city, we tend to get to those calls faster than EMS in many cases, and can provide some initial first aid and life-saving techniques in order to buy some time for EMS professionals to get there and transport. We do water rescue, and there are a few different types. There's an awareness level, there's a shore-based rescue, there's in-water go rescues, and there's also boat-level response rescues. In Niagara Falls, we perform all of them based on the water hazards that we have around our community, with fast-flowing river waters to standing water, and also a special hazard being the gorge, the falls itself, and the hydro canal that runs through our city. Fire prevention, we're involved in many different approvals, including zoning amendments, subdivision plans, site plans, building permits, normal inspections, complaints, routine inspections, fire investigations, public education, and enforcement. And we're involved in the recent business plans for the Building Services Division and are playing a role in that timeline to make sure we provide a high level of service to the public. And for many of these other areas in fire investigations, it takes a lot of training and work to be able to go out and make sure that we're very conscientious about determining the cause so that we can make recommendations for safety features to be built into certain products or into certain construction measures that go into buildings, and also to deter people from entering into a life of crime and participating in arson type activities. We deal with a lot of complaints from the public, and we try and address those in a very expeditious fashion. Public education is the first line of defense that we get out into the community within our fire prevention division and our suppression division to try and educate the public on the proper ways to avoid having fires in their homes or in their businesses. And I'll have to say that we have a recent education program that was instituted, and it was very successful in dealing with reaching the public. Our suppression crews went out into the public and provided educational information to residents, as well as carbon monoxide and smoke alarms. And I'm happy to report that on 2 occasions we actually went to calls where people were alerted by those devices and were able to leave their homes and be safe because of it. Enforcement's been an area that we've been aggressively working through, because we felt that some of our techniques, without any enforcement, didn't really have much punch within the community to be able to get people online with some of the programming. With the enforcement also comes a lot of extra time that's required through our fire prevention division. So they spend a lot of time making sure that they complete their reports in an appropriate and professional fashion, so that when they go to court, they will stand up to be able to be successful in their enforcement proceedings. Of course, the public also ends up having the ability to appeal those, any of the charges that are filed, and that can be a very lengthy process too. What it does is it takes some of our fire prevention staff away from doing more of the routine things that they're involved in, and keeps them tied up with some of these cases for quite a while. Communications division. The communications personnel are involved with call taking when the calls come in, whether they're emergency or not, and dispatch services for emergency and non-emergency responses from the fire department. They liaise with emergency services, being primarily police and EMS, and also non-emergency services such as gas company, hydro, which are quasi-emergency responding agencies as well. They deal with callbacks, which means when we get into large-scale responses and we need to have additional staff on scene, they would initiate a callback so we could call in the off-duty firefighters to bring them online and bring them to the scene. As well as they're a very handy and useful resource to the firefighters when they're on scene, so that they can provide all the CAD information or the computer-aided dispatch information that's contained within our CAD system, and give it to them when they're on the scene, call people and find out information that's critical, and provide updates, because we have mobile data terminals within our primary response vehicles in our full-time area. The training division, the training is responsible for full-time and volunteer. They provide both hands-on and oversight of all training activities, testing and records management. One thing that really enhances our ability to train is that we have on-shift trainers in the full-time area, and we have training leads in our volunteer areas that really help to coordinate things within their stations, even if it's scheduling, so that our full-time trainers can come in. In each of the volunteer stations and our full-time stations, we have on-shift trainers that provide the majority of our routine training. So even some of our specific and very detailed and complex training gets provided by trainers that step up, become trained to the train-the-trainer level, and then come back and provide that service within our department. Emergency management is another area that maybe not a lot of people know about, but as you know, I'm the emergency management coordinator for the City of Niagara Falls, and some of the duties that come with that include compliance with provincial guidelines to ensure we're meeting a yearly annual compliance, and it includes 12 major components that we have to sign off on. I think the mayor has just signed off on our 2012 recently. If not, it's on his desk at this point. And we have EOC management, which means Emergency Operations Center. So we have to have a place that we can go and have the appropriate communications tools and display areas, and that's another area that we're responsible for. Community control group coordination to make sure that we can reach the people that we need to bring together in the event of a large-scale emergency. We have annual training and exercising requirements, and we also do a hazard index and risk assessment of our city to find out what our primary emergencies may end up being based on a variety of different hazards that could occur. We choose our top 10, and then we train to those type of exercising and training so that we can be prepared for those types of things to occur. Our pertinent statistics, we're roughly around 5,000 calls per year. There's a general increase in our number of calls year over year, but in the last couple of years they've decreased a little bit. And some of that was due to, I'd like to say, due to some of the fire prevention activities that we're involved in our public education. It also is due a little bit to tweaking the response criteria that we go out to calls for. And for example, if we, in the past we had medical calls that we would go, and if someone called in from a nursing home and they called for a transport, there are sometimes we'd be tiered out to those calls when it wasn't necessary at all. So we worked with Base Hospital and came up with a bit of a tweaking on that criteria so that we didn't have to go to those unnecessary calls anymore. So of those calls, 5,000 a year, roughly 2,500 are fire-related calls, and that can include fires. It can include alarms of fire through fire alarm monitoring companies or direct connects, and sometimes people perceive a fire when maybe it's steam. We go to those types of calls as well, just to make sure that we're not required there. About just under 400 of those calls relate to rescues, and that could be rescues, as I mentioned, within the gorge, someone that becomes trapped in pieces of equipment in industrial areas. It could be for auto extrication or vehicle extrication calls where car accidents happen and people can't get out. And normally there's some medical tied to that as well. And of those other calls, just under 2,000 are medical calls. From a fire prevention perspective, there were 58 inspection orders written. So of those, it was necessary to try and have people comply when they weren't in direct compliance. And so the orders were written so that they could comply with the Ontario Fire Code. And we've done 36 fire investigations and 117 plan examinations. So with the investigations, our personnel will go out and look at a scene to determine where the cause is. If it's a very obvious cause, the fire suppression personnel in the field and on site can determine that cause without bringing in fire investigation from fire prevention. But if there's any question at all, they'll bring in fire prevention staff with a higher level of training that can get down to the bottom of the call. If at any point in time during any of those investigations we determine that there may not be an accidental cause, we'll step back and start to look at means to bring in the Niagara Regional Police and the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office, or at least notifying them, so that we can then do things in accordance with provincial guidelines and within the law. So planning exams again, 117 were done in a year. We commit roughly 1.5 full-time employees to that process. When we have people that aren't in compliance over life-threatening situations, we will charge people, and so 58 informations were sworn throughout the year. And again, I spoke about the Wake Up campaign, where our in-service crews visited 750 homes and installed 100 carbon monoxide and smoke alarms.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, just on the inspection orders, is there a written protocol on how those are handled? Could you explain that to us?
Right, so if we go in, there's certain criteria that's followed. When we go into a building, if they're compliant, or if they have some minor tweaking to some contact information or something in a fire safety plan, they'll be given an order with some time to comply with that. If there's a flagrant violation, such as fire alarm system that's not functioning, that hasn't been tested, a commercial cooking system that's out of service and not working properly, or chain doors on an establishment, an assembly establishment, they can go ahead and lay information immediately without any further follow-up on that.
What would you classify a exit bulb being out?
An exit bulb on an exit sign? Generally, there would be an order that would be written, so they would get a notice and tell them that they had the violation. And although we don't really provide compliance time, they would let them know that they'd be back to check on it again.
Okay, so there is,
in most cases, that's the way it would take place.
So there isn't an order written on that at the time, and court action taken?
Generally, if that's the only thing that was found, and depending on the specific situation, in all likelihood, that wouldn't happen.
Is there anything written that says when they write an order, something specific like a door lock or something, I can see that, hey, get the door lock off of there immediately, that's easy to resolve. What I'm getting at, I get drawn into these complaints periodically where somebody has 5 charges against them and they go to court and they pay $30,000 or $40,000, which is not insignificant to business people. I spent 30 years in the health department business, and how we found we got compliance is dealing with the people, notifying of it. We'll be back in a few days. If you get this cleared up, everything will be under control, and you work with the people to get compliance, rather than just going in, giving an order, charging them, and giving them actually more time to before they comply. I just wonder if there's anything written. Is this monitored? How do you do this?
On minor violations, there's an opportunity for some flexibility. On the more serious issues, what we would actually be doing if we allowed compliance time without proceeding with prosecution is we would be accepting liability on behalf of the city for that violation. So if we left something like a fire alarm system that wasn't in operation...
I think that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about insignificant things, in my opinion. A light out where somebody didn't check the light bulbs that day, or somebody's left something in the hallway, things like that, where they could be rectified within a very short period of time. Is there a written, does the province have something? How do you manage that?
Right, go ahead, Ken.
Actually, the Fire Marshal's Office does issue written directives on how these things are supposed to be done, and in fact, the Niagara Falls Fire Department is, quite honestly, doesn't follow them because they're so strict. The city, the provincial standard would have us charge everybody without any warnings of any kind for every violation, no matter how minor. So the variation that the chief and his people are doing is actually quite lenient compared to what the fire marshal has, thinks that we should do. And I've personally engaged in arguments with the fire marshal's office when they have attempted to try to get us to be as strict as they think we should be, which I quite agree with your observations, Councillor Thompson. Absolute militarism doesn't, in the view of myself and the chief, work very well. We think it just makes people annoyed. The fire marshal doesn't agree with us, but so far we've been able to fend him off.
I don't agree with those comments at all. I was listening to the chief. I don't believe that the fire marshal's office is interested in charging everybody every time they have a minor infraction. And I think we got business people out there who are trying to run their business. Yes, there are concerns. Most of them would comply in a heartbeat if they had the opportunity. And that's the only point I want to make. There's a lot of people who have paid a lot of money when it could have been resolved quite simply. And hopefully Councillor Carrio can reiterate those comments, because he's one of the concerns, which I thought his situation was rather insignificant. So anyway, I've made my point.
Well, perhaps we can get a comment from the chief on his interpretation of what the Fire Marshal of Ontario expects.
Well, again, there were many years where we did exactly as Councillor Thompson said, where we went out and worked with owners in attempts to bring violations into compliance. And we found that we really didn't have a lot of teeth in the things that we were asking for, because we would keep going back and spending a lot of time on the same building, whether they're minor things or whether they were larger items. And giving compliance time in many of those cases did put the city in a position of liability, in the sense that if we left the building and it had a violation and that contributed at all to a fire or a death, the city would be on the hook for responsibility for that, because we allowed it to take place by giving compliance time. And there's been case law that's supported that. So from our perspective, we don't want to put ourselves in that situation. I'd love to not have to charge anyone within the city at all under fire code violations, but it is something that, number one, achieves compliance rather quickly. Number two, it ends up relieving the city of any liability in the situation, and we've provided our due diligence in those scenarios. So we do work under minor situations with building owners to rectify their non-compliance on the minor issues. But even some of the minor issues, if they happen again and again and again, there are times where we will come back and, after frustration, end up leading to a prosecution.
Let me make it very clear.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about, minor infractions.
I understand.
And I'm not talking about something that would put anybody's life in jeopardy. I knew enough about that from my father. You don't screw around with the health department or the fire department.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councillor Carrio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had this discussion with the chief, and he's been very helpful. And it was my understanding that the way we used to do it before, as the chief suggested, if we're too lenient, it doesn't work. But I sat in the courtroom, having had a couple of issues myself to deal with, and watch the proceedings and see what has happened in many cases where it was the first time. And I think we went from, the pendulum swung a little bit too far. And we went from one extreme to the other, where we were doing what the chief said. And then, you know, if we go in there and warn them a few times and they don't comply, I understand why the chief or his department would want to come down hard. And I don't want to see that happen either, where we become liable. But I think I'd like to see something where maybe we spend a little bit more money and go back a little bit to the way we were before, and go back a bit to what we used to do, where we used to go in and go through some of the businesses and on a proactive basis and try and get people to do things. But I have no time for the ones who don't do what they're told to do. But I'd like to see them at least have the opportunity to do it. And in a couple of cases that I watched, it wasn't, I don't think, an issue where they had been warned by the fire department. And what happens is, once the fire department takes it to court, it's out of their hands. They can no longer go back and help the individual. The prosecutor takes over the case, and he's out for blood. I mean, I've seen it happen where there's people who, you know, after they're finished paying the fines, can't afford to do the work. and, which is a shame, and I don't think that that's our intention whatsoever. So I'd like to see, if we're gonna go back a bit and spend some money on bringing that back where we used to go to businesses and give them an opportunity. Not to let them off the hook, to give them the opportunity to point things out. And then if we say we're going back 2 days from then and they don't have it done, then I'd be the last one to stick my nose in. But at least give them an opportunity to rectify the situation. If they don't comply, then at least we've done our job to try and help them, Chief. So I would like to see some money put in the budget to go back to that program a bit if we could. And I think that knowing what some of the businesses have gone through, I think you might find them much more willing to participate and cooperate than they might have been in the past.
Councillor, thank you for the comments, and what I'll do is I will go back and review our approach to minor violations and make sure that it's appropriate. However, for any of the life-threatening situations, we have to proceed immediately with making sure that we're providing for safety in the building, that we're not putting, in many cases, the general public at risk in entering into the building that they, for all intents and purposes, believe the community has made safe for them when they enter. So there's some areas that there's really not a lot of negotiation in that statement, but however, on some of the minor violations, if that's what the suggestion is, absolutely. We'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Diodati.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I just wanted to echo and ask a question, because I know myself, when I was in private business in St. Catharines, I dealt with St. Catharines Fire Department back in the late 80s, early 90s, so I know that was a long time ago, and a lot of things have changed. But when they'd come into my place of business and they found some things minor again, the fire extinguisher, you have to get it inspected every year, and maybe it was just off of the date. I mean, it was still functional, but it hadn't been, punched by the inspection, by Patrick Brothers. Or maybe there were some boxes in front of the electric panel. Things like minor, because an employee moved them over and put them in the wrong spot, and we missed it. And again, not an excuse, but realizing, and they would give me 24 hours, they'd come back. And my question is, if this is reasonable, that for only minor ones, that regardless whether you charge them or you don't charge them, nothing changes. They're going to fix it right after. So whether you charge or you don't charge. So my question is, are we mandated by the province that we have to, or is this a policy that we could build in here for mine? And when I say that, an exit sign has more than one light in it. If one of them goes out, do they get a day to change that bulb? Because you never know when it's going to go out. It's unpredictable, and I'm just wondering, reasonable, because I agree with this. It's got to be reasonable, and these businesses, they want to be compliant. They don't want to get charged, and they don't want to have to. They want to follow the law. Sometimes things happen that are a little bit out of your control, and I would hope that it'd be a little bit of a good balance. And I just wondered if I can get the answer, whether that's you or Mr. Beeman. Do you have that flexibility and leniency?
Better ask the chief.
Well, the interesting thing is the guy who's in charge, the guy who actually set that program up, at that time, I was the prosecutor in St. Catharines. And how I instructed them to proceed, and they basically left me in charge of those guys because of some incidents we'd had, was on the philosophy that the idea was to get them to spend the money on compliance rather than pay fines. All right. Now, during that time, I lost a 20-year battle, which I'd had with the Crown's office, over the delegation of provincial offenses, courts, to the municipalities. The reason why I thought that was a bad idea is because they become fine-oriented, because you need the money to pay for the court. And, of course, the municipality also gets a percentage of the fine revenue, which became significant in the course of the negotiations for that download. Coupled with that was an enthusiasm in the fire marshal's office, which I was frequently found myself at odds with, for charging the second they found a violation, because their position was anything was a life safety issue. And I, along the same lines as Councillor Thompson was advocating, said, well, look, come on, an exit light bulb is not going to kill anybody today. And so it's been kind of a philosophical standoff, I guess, for some time. I think our fire department is more lenient than the fire marshal's office would like them to be. And I'm sure we can renew that combat if council wishes us to. The downside of doing that is on the revenue side as well as the expense side, because you have to spend more time getting the same result. It can be, in my perception, more efficient because you get what I think we actually want, which is compliant properties. Because if the guy's spending the money on the fine, he doesn't have the money to fix the property. So that is a philosophy that I personally run prosecutions with when I did them. I think that the modern philosophy, as was observed by Councillor Carrio, is more, let's get a big fine. And that's something that is inherent in the system now, both from Fire Marshal's office and from the impetus of the download of the Provincial Offences Act to the municipal level. Do we have some flexibility? I think we do. There are risks associated with it, and there are revenue consequences. But if council thinks that's a direction they want us to go, we can give it a go. There's there's risks associated, but they can't actually, without making a great deal of effort, actually force us to administer the thing exactly the way they want it done in Toronto.
So the answer to your question is yes. Councillor Carrio?
And I think we're all on the same page here. I'm not saying that we're looking to let anyone get away without compliance. I'm just saying at least give them a chance. Could be a short window. Don't take a risk, give them a short window. But at least give them the opportunity to fix it. But if you go back and they ignore the fire prevention people, or they just refuse to do it, then I agree, there's no alternative. Then they end up in the court. But I don't think most of the people around this table have any idea what the fines are. The fines are astronomical. They're just astronomical. So I think if we work with our businesses, I'd rather see them spend the money in compliance rather than pay the fine.
Chief, would you mind, letting the public know some of the fines? Because I think council knows what they are.
For
The cost of
violations.
non-compliance for violations, yeah.
Generally, it's
Even
the
in
hands
false
of-
fire alarms.
Of the prosecutor. And in general cases, it would be roughly 10% of the maximum they start at to look at fines for, which could be $5,000. In the range of $2,000 to $5,000, or it could be more for multiple counts or for repeat offenders.
Okay. Any other questions of Chief right now? Okay, I'll let you go on.
Okay, our building resources, we have 6 fire stations. 3 are full-time and 3 are volunteer. As I think you're aware, the 3 full-time stations are in the north end of the city, and then the 3 volunteer stations are in the south end of the city. Pretty much the separating lines of Welland River. So that's delineating full-time from volunteer response areas. We have a fire administration building that's right next to Station 1 on Morrison Street, where the administration office and the fire prevention office work out of. We have fire training towers in behind Station 1 with Survival House, a training tower where we go in and we can have smoke and fire in the building and do some training on live fire type of training, simulating. The Survival House was built by firefighters to be able to test their skills in entrapment situations, in bailout situations where they have no way out of the building. They have to bail out a second-story window, for example. They can do it in a safe environment and learn the techniques so that if it actually happens to them, that they can do it without severe injury. And we also have a positive pressure attack facility, which is a little structure that we use to look at fire suppression techniques. Instead of just going into a building that is full of smoke and superheated gases, we use positive pressure ventilation fans to systematically remove some of that hot gas and smoke. And the result is that the firefighters can enter with a much more safe environment at that point in time, with a cooler environment and a more visible occupancy, so that they can get to the scene of the fire and do rescues within a more efficient and a safe manner. So some very good facilities behind the station, including our confined space structures. that we use to train getting people out of trapped areas and very tight areas so that firefighters can't go in with their breathing apparatus on their back. They have to actually take them off and move them ahead of them. We have specialized radio equipment and communications that's hardwired so that we don't lose radio communication in underground concrete encased structures. And it's been a great training feature for us. For a number of vehicles, we operate with 9 pumpers. 3 of those are reserve pumpers that get put into service on a very routine basis. 2 aerial ladders, 5 rescues, 1 tanker, and the 1 tanker has an asterisk because we really have 2 tankers, but one's a pumper tanker, so it qualifies as one of the pumpers. But if we need to shuttle water in a volunteer area or in a full-time area that has a rural component to it with no hydrants, we use both of those vehicles to shuttle water back and forth from the closest hydrant or water supply. We have 2 boats that operate out of Station 4 in Chippewa on the Welland River and the Upper Niagara River, 5 small response vehicles, and 7 support vehicles with 2 trailers. Currently, we have 3 reviews that have been or are being undertaken. A station location study, which was presented to you within the last couple of council meetings. We have a master fire plan that's ongoing, and dispatch services review that's also ongoing right now. That review was identified by regional council and mandated for the emergency services within their purview to participate in, and fire departments are not within regional jurisdiction, so voluntarily St. Catharines Fire and Niagara Falls Fire participated in it as well, and it has yet to reach its conclusion. Key issues and funding challenges and pressures would be the new Station 7 staffing that was identified as part of the station location study, and qualification and certification issues within all the training that takes place in the fire department. So the station location study was conducted, actually 2 of them were conducted separate from each other, but in concert.
Sorry, Chief. Councillor Gates has a question before this one.
Yeah, Chief, I was just wondering, you touched very briefly on something I think that's extremely important when it comes to firefighters, and not only the full-time firefighters, but the volunteers on the training. And maybe you can give us an idea of just how much training that the full-time firefighters would have to do over the course of a year. Because obviously this summer, I think we saw a couple real high-risk rescues in the gorge and all that kind of stuff. And I think you kind of went over it relatively quickly without explaining just how valuable the extra training they get on a daily basis to protect the residents of Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Councillor. Roughly within the full-time ranks, we're around a 250-hour-a-year minimum mark when it comes to all the training that they're involved in. Certainly that's a lot of training time, but they're full-time firefighters, and the majority of that training is done on duty. Some of it's structured and some of it's unstructured. Where they feel that they need some review on, they can just pick up a couple of people that have a keen interest and knowledge in that area and do some training in some of the off hours, as well as the structured training that takes place that are absolutely mandatory and everyone participates in. So if you're talking about a gorge rescue, for example, there's a lot that goes into understanding the training that goes into that call, as well as driving trucks and understanding the incident management structure and things like that. Once they arrive on scene, all of the firefighters that go down into the gorge are trained on high-angle rescue, which is rappelling, working with ropes, being able to safely ascend a vertical cliff wall and get down to where a victim may be. There's a lot of radio communication that takes place during that time. And what we try and do is set our aerial truck, our specialized piece of equipment that has a 100-foot ladder with a platform on the end that we can extend over the side of the gorge and drop a winch system down, which is another specialized piece of equipment that requires a lot of training to get a very high-powered retrieval system for victims that fall down into the gorge to be able to bring them back up to the surface and then deliver them to EMS. So there's a search and rescue that takes place in some cases. If it happens at night, we don't know where somebody is, but we know they went over. We have to search and make sure that we know where our crews are. Again, a lot of communication that takes place there. They have special packs on them that have medical equipment. So when they do reach some victim, if EMS can't be down at the victim's side because of the terrain, then our firefighters will do everything they can to stabilize that victim, package them down at the site itself, and then have the victim removed. Our first priority and preference would be by helicopter if necessary or if available, because Niagara Helicopters has been very helpful to us over the years, and that's the quickest way to get them to safety and help. The second way is through a winch system, and the third way is actually to carry them out. Many times our firefighters have done that and carried victims from the bottom up the pathways right to the top of the gorge edge, and so keeping in good physical shape is another aspect of that. So it's one example anyway that I just thought I'd bring up.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So our station location studies that took place again, there were two that took place in 2012. One was through the Triple M group who did their presentation here, and one was done by the firefighters group, the International Association of Firefighters. They were done parallel. The same kind of raw data was provided to both groups, and we were very interested to see whether they would have different results or whether they would come up with similar recommendations. I'm happy to say that they were very consistent. The end result was that both groups, both studies, indicated that another station is required for the southwest end of our city to deal with the growth that's happened out there. The same type of recommendation happened in a previous report in 2001 done by the Delcan group that recommended a similar location. And in 1987 there was another report that was indicating a very similar location as well, within a kilometer of the location that's identified. So they all indicated the same vicinity, so I'm feeling very comfortable in moving forward that location or that general area as the next area for a fire station build in Niagara Falls. So you understand what the impacts are with staffing for any vehicle. Right now in Niagara Falls we run with 4 firefighters on each one of our trucks in the full-time area. In the volunteer area, sometimes they run with 2 when it's a certain type of call, but for structure fires they're required to run with 4 persons on a vehicle as well. So in what that means as far as staffing goes is one crew is 4 firefighters, and so each of one of those firefighters positions you need 5 staff members. So there's 4 platoons and one other person to cover off vacation and sickness. So it's a total of 20 firefighters per vehicle if you're looking at staffing a vehicle with firefighters. And that's why the costs were as was indicated previously. So again, the recommendation from the station location study indicated a new Station 7 should go in the vicinity of the Lundy's Lane and Kaler Road area. My recommendation is that we take a look at purchasing land, doing the design and engineering phases of that project in 2013 and 14. We build a station in the years of 2015 and 16, and then occupy the station in 2016. The option for staffing, I provided 4 options for Council's consideration. Option 1 is to hire 5 firefighters per year in each of 2013, 14, 15, and 16 to make up the 20. Option 2 is to hire 10 firefighters per year in 2015 and 16. Option 3 would be to hire 20 firefighters once the station is built. And option 4 is to use existing resources. With the option of hiring 5 firefighters per year, it's an easier process to go through as far as training goes, and getting those firefighters into the fold. With our retirees that add to that, will probably be in the neighborhood of a very manageable number of people. The option 2, hiring 10 firefighters a year in 2015 and 2016, is still manageable. We can do that again with our retirees. We have hired 16 firefighters before. It was very difficult to manage from the training officer's perspective, because every evolution that they had to go through and everybody had to do each one of them, the hands-on portions of it, took an extended period of time, and it really extended their training period before we could get them into service. Option 3 of hiring 20 firefighters in 1 year is very unmanageable for the training aspects of what we would want to do. But it's still a possibility. Using existing resources, what we would have to do with that is move resources from existing stations and build that crew out of those moved resources and move them out to the new area. However, our staffing for the existing areas within Niagara Falls were based on our response to a non-growth area. When we look at the growth that's occurring out in the Warren Woods area and the Gardner subdivisions, it's making it very difficult for us to get out into those areas with our existing station locations and the staffing requirements that will give us the ability to not only use that truck out there to respond in its own area, but coupling with Station 2 to move out into the volunteer area as required, as we talked about earlier in supporting many of the volunteer responses, is certainly a large benefit of where that truck will be. The other thing is that right now we're currently just over one call deep with our current staffing. So when we have one single family structure call, no more than 2,000 square foot home, no basement, no exposures, we send 18 personnel to that call. We're left with 4 full-time firefighters in the north end of our city to respond to anything else at that point in time. While we have those calls, right now we're managing by performing callbacks and using our volunteer firefighters and drawing them into the city. But the resources are limited in being able to do that, and it takes a long time to assemble those crews that are off duty to get into the station and prepare another truck, sometimes 45 minutes to an hour before they're ready to go. So it's a long time to be sitting at a call with a structure fire with 4 persons. We've had multiple calls where we've had 2 structure fires at the same time, and we've gotten through it, but it really creates a difficult situation for us, and in some cases safety issues with the firefighters to the point that they cannot perform the duties that they normally perform and have to sit back and not go into a building, for example, or perform an interior rescue. So I'm not uncomfortable at all with recommending an additional hiring to bring us up to the level of 26 firefighters on duty as a minimum, where right now we're looking at having 22 as our bottom end. And I think that for the city and the resources that we have available, with extending it to this would be suitable for a community with our level of risk. Master fire plan is ongoing. Again, the OFM planning guidelines are being reviewed. They have revisions that are forthcoming, so we're on hold with dealing with some of those aspects at this point in time. And it's stipulating a risk-based response, so we have to take a look at what kind of risks we have. It's kind of like doing a risk assessment or a hazard index with the city, but on a smaller scale for particular buildings, and then basing your responses on that. And also the station location study that has been completed already is pending its approval by council. Our responsibility centers, and this was where the correction came for with the one sheet, communications was not in that. Fire suppression, fire training, fire prevention, fire communications, as I described in the functions that they were responsible for. Fire facilities is pretty standard. It's to take care of our buildings. Fire other services is our administration account. And emergency measures at the end there with $5,000 is to do our emergency management program within the city. For our request for additional staff was a public education officer, which is the first line of defense as identified by the fire marshal's office, to add to our fire prevention staffing right now with all the activities that they're involved in. Public education is not being addressed to the degree that it really should be within the community. They do a very good job at managing it, but it should be expanded upon. And that was pulled from the budget as one of the issues that staff has determined was appropriate to do prior to providing this to council. And the 20 firefighters, the crew for Station 7, we've just discussed. So the other issue that I identified was qualification and certification. And with over the past few years, in particular, probably within the last 5 to 7 years, the requirements for certification and qualifications through third party and professional organizations has become increasingly more prevalent. So instead of going and getting some certification or going out and doing some training on hazmat, for example, and saying, yes, I know how to do that, and using that as our training record, it's not acceptable anymore, and we have to have certifications. And there's specific National Fire Protection Association certification under the 472 standard that mandates we train to certain levels and have a certain number of hours and get certified by qualified professionals. in order to combat some of those issues that deal with 4 different shifts of firefighters, at least on the full-time, and then dealing with volunteer firefighters in certain areas as well, it would cost us significant amounts of money to bring in qualified instructors, professionals, to do that kind of training over and over again with different shifts. Each shift has to have at least 2 training sessions times 4, that's 8, plus volunteers is at least 10. We've gone out and decided that we wanted to have qualified instructors in-house. So we did train-the-trainer programs for everything that we could possibly do. We're continuing to explore those opportunities, and we bring those instructors back in. They have a higher level of qualification, and they train our own personnel on shift time. So it saves the municipality money, and we get a higher level of certification with many of our members as well. So it's a great win for us. They've been very eager and anxious to participate in these programs, and it's been a boon for us. So we have many in-house instructors. Some of those qualifications that are really strict on how they get conducted are hazardous materials, the confined space, for example, fire investigations, and sometimes we have to still go out for third-party qualifications. We have fire college courses that we used to send people for all courses up to the college for. Now we can teach many of those courses in-house. We still have to go sometimes to Georgian College, to the Ontario Fire College, but we're reducing those numbers of out of Niagara Falls courses on a routine basis. So it's a good news story as far as I'm concerned. It's what we based our whole training program around. We have 3 people in our training division, but we've got countless numbers of instructors based on that, and it works well within our city. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Gates?
Thanks very much. Yeah, Chief, the train-the-trainer program that you brought in my day job, we have a train-the-trainer as well, and it works extremely well. You have co-workers training, and when they're all done, they become more aware of their safety environments. So I think the train-the-trainer program is an excellent program, and you continue to build on having more people trained, so I think it's great. I just wanted a comment that you made back up when you're dealing with Station 7. You said that you'd like to see it go from 22 to 26 on a shift. Do you have any concerns right now that you may be currently under service with the number of firefighters we have on shifts? And obviously, to answer that, if you're like that, is there a concern of liability to the city as well? So I got one more question, but I'll let you answer those 2 first.
Okay, there's a lot in those questions. Thank you. There's 2 different response areas within the city, our volunteer response area and our full-time response area. So I'll first address the full-time response area. And going from 22 to 26, again, based on the depth of response within the city, is not unreasonable to look towards additional staffing to be able to cover off those additional calls, the times that we have multiple calls, and also to provide appropriate response within varying areas within the city. So with the risk that we have in our city, which is almost unparalleled in any other municipality our size, we have a lot of risk that we're responsible for. The high-rise buildings that we have already in our city, the casinos, some of the topography that makes it very difficult, and again, as I explained with the gorge rescue call, there's a lot of training and there's a lot of equipment and manpower that's required to achieve those rescues. So we have more on the books that are coming. We have the new twin towers that are proposed. There's another very large proposal that's coming in the commercial core area as well, and the residential development starting to build. So from my perspective, although some people may say that 22 is an acceptable number for the city, my estimate is that it's an appropriate number to in past years, as we're moving towards all this development and we've already achieved much of it, to go to 26 is not, in my estimation, overstaffing within our municipality. Looking at the volunteer end of our responses, times are changing for volunteer firefighters. It's more and more difficult for a person these days to become a volunteer firefighter and commit the level of time that's required. I talked about qualifications and certifications that are required for full-time firefighters. The same thing goes for volunteer firefighters. And in the past, where a volunteer firefighter used to sign up and he'd be able to do whatever he thought he could do, and they would try in different areas, we can't afford to do that these days because of all the hazards that we risk in the hazardous materials we're dealing with, and the liability that the city will take on if we put someone in a position that they're not trained for. So they have to undergo some screening to begin with. They have to pass tests now to become volunteer firefighters, and once they're on, they have to maintain a minimum level of training. It's extremely difficult, and we're right on the edge of that. We're trying to keep everybody above that level, and we're working hard at doing that. Council provided the approval for us to hire an additional training officer who's been a great benefit to the volunteer firefighters, and we've really tried to expand our training program to assist them in any way we can. But there's still strains that, no matter how much training we give them, is going to be a lifestyle issue. Some employers now are reluctant to let volunteer firefighters go to fire calls until they're absolutely sure that they have a large-scale incident that they need to go to. And that really puts a crimp on some of our responses and makes some, especially our daytime responses, very difficult. And the depth of those responses sometimes aren't the way that we want them to be. But what we're fortunate to have in our community is our full-time forces in the north end of the city can augment some of those responses and bring them up to acceptable standards. The problem here is the travel time and getting there in an appropriate timeline. So we're doing that right now. We're sending many of our responses in the volunteer areas are supplemented by Station 2, our truck on McLeod Road at Dorchester. And once that truck goes, if it's a large-scale call or a higher risk, we send Station 1. In some cases, all of Station 1 goes with Station 2 to those calls to ensure that our most vulnerable population gets an appropriate level of response. So the difference in the volunteer area and the full-time area really is some response time and travel time that we're talking about. It's a concern to me. We're managing it right now in the best way we can. We're still looking for ways to stay on top of that, to maintain those training hours and make sure that our response levels are as high as they really ought to be to get good value for from the people that we have in those positions. And we're hoping that we have some fruitful discussions in the near future to try and find ways to enhance that.
Thanks very much for your response. I got just one more other question that I think is, we've talked about this as a council. It's my understanding, because you're talking about staffing, it's my understanding that you have done some hiring in the last little while. Is that accurate, or?
I'm sorry, in particular, which I would hire, volunteer hiring or full-time hiring?
No, full-time.
Full-time hiring in 2005, we increased our staffing at that point in time? Is that what you're?
But no, have we done any hiring of?
Oh, just replacing retirees.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And how many have we hired?
I believe we're 9 altogether.
So that's good news. I guess the second part of that question you're probably ready for anyways. How many of those were local individuals, whether male or female? Did we get the opportunity to hire some local people when you were doing some hiring?
Thank you, Councillor, and I did anticipate that question might be asked. We have hired, out of the 9 that we've recently hired, we had 3 that were local people, Niagara Falls. 7 of those were from the Niagara region, and 2 were not. They were from outside areas, different parts of the country. And we hired 1 female, if that's what the question was referring to, of that group. So we have a really good group. They've been responding very well to all the demands that have been placed on them, and they're ready to go, and they're ready to get into action as soon as possible.
Okay, just a follow-up to that. So the hiring that you did do was because we had some firefighters that have retired?
Yes.
Okay, and that we have improved our lot on local people, not necessarily just Niagara Falls, but certainly in the Niagara region, which I think is really good. I mean, let's be honest here. I think one of the best jobs in the world is probably being a firefighter. So it's good to see that we are expanding with some local people getting hired, and certainly some people in the Niagara region. So I think that's good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the chief at this point? Oh, Councillor May, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether this question is for the chief or possibly Mr. Todd or Mr. Harrison, but anyway, I'm wondering what we mentioned the gorge rescues, and they seem to be quite numerous in the last little while. I'm just wondering, do we have any, I know the Parks Commission has a police department, but no fire department. I wonder, do we have any source of income from that, from the Parks Commission? Do we have any treaties or anything with the Parks Commission?
Well, perhaps I can answer that one, Councillor. as you recall, we just entered into a new funding agreement with the Parks Commission that takes us over a 20-year period. And that funding agreement was based on the Parks Commission's assessable properties. So that agreement in itself would cover any services that we provide that would include any fire services or any other services we provide. So that's been captured under that funding agreement with them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering though too, as I say, sometimes it's in excess, and what if we couldn't, of course, if you've already got a 20-year contract, there's nothing we can do about it now, but I'm just wondering if on an escalating scale, if we ran into a pile of them, couldn't we get some extra dollars, or is there no way of building in a fee for our services?
Well,
Because
yeah.
we're sending our people into their territory, and I firmly believe that obviously if that's going to happen, they should pay their fair share.
Well, first of all, you appreciate the difficulty we had in getting the agreement anyway for the 20 years. What we did build into the agreement was not a mechanism that would allow us to charge additional fees, but there is a mechanism built into the agreement where there's an inflationary increase to that agreement each year over the 20 years.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chief.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just also like to add that we do work very closely with the Niagara Parks Police in the Niagara Parks properties. We consider that still part of the envelope of the City of Niagara Falls as far as our responses go. We treat it like any other area within the city. And we do enter into, not agreements, but cost sharing from time to time with the Parks Commission and the Parks Police in particular when it comes to special events and things where the cost of any additional staffing that we have there's an attempt to offset some of those costs for us.
Okay. Thank you. Does any other councillor have any questions for the Chief? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I appreciate the information. That was excellent and gives you a very good insight on what's happening. There were requests in the presentation regarding the firefighters. Are we dealing with that tonight, or is that something we're dealing with at another time? They were suggesting 5 a year, 10 after a couple of years, or wait until the fire hall is ready to go. What about the 26 men? When are we dealing with that?
Well, our expectations tonight were not specifically to get any decisions tonight. Our hope was that we'd get through all the budget presentations, and then we can come back, and once we kind of get an overall picture, council can kind of zero in on which options it thinks are appropriate. Certainly willing to hear any feedback tonight, but that kind of was our intent, not to kind of force council into any decisions now. We'll probably get back to that in January.
Firefighting is not something that you have to be forced into. Actually, the 5 a year, I think, is the most appropriate for the chief and for training. And if you want to wait for the rest of the budget, that's fine. But I was ready to make the motion with respect to that.
Just to jump in here. The 5 firefighters are currently in the budget as you see right now. So again, when we come back and we're going to summarize all of the discussions, and there has been some modifications in the transportation area as you talked about, we will bring back those so you'll have a full picture of what the impact is. When we get the roll returned, we'll have a total picture of what our assessment role is, and then you can start making decisions at that time as to what the appropriateness of things that are currently in the budget. However, as we talked about, I think at the last meeting, we will note the key areas that there has been expenditure increases so that we can return to that discussion when we do the overall decision making.
Okay. Does any other councillor have any questions of the Chief? Okay, if not, thank you very much, Chief. Our last presentation tonight is going to be from the Human Resources Department, and I would ask the Director, Mr. Trent Dark, to make his presentation.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm going to provide you a brief overview of the HR department, and you'll see that we have some budget challenges, and while our key functions are things like recruitment and selection, I think you'll also get an appreciation that this department's responsibilities is truly corporate in nature. responsibilities that are shared with all departments. And we're relatively small, but as a department that's responsible for human capital, we like to think that we play a important role in our strategic directions. So the details of the HR budget can be found in pages 56 to 69. We have a staff complement of 8, and these are the functional areas of our department. First and foremost, we're responsible for labor relations. That involves providing interpretation, application, and administration of our 3 collective agreements on behalf of the corporation. We provide leadership on grievance procedure resolution, up to including arbitration. And we're ensuring that we're legislatively compliant with our policies and practices, be it the Employment Standards Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Human Rights Code, Pay Equity Act, Labor Relations Act. We have to ensure that as a corporation we're compliant with all regulatory responsibilities. We are the department that is responsible for negotiations with our 3 bargaining agents and labor relations partners, and includes QP Local 133, ATU, and the Amalgamated Transit Union and the Fire Association. We're responsible also for just general employee relations, ensuring that our employees work in a workplace that's consistent with our organizational values and our key policies and codes of conduct. We're responsible for payroll and benefits of over 500 permanent staff. We have corporate responsibility for health and safety. We develop policies, practices to ensure that we're compliant with the Act. We manage workers' compensation and disability claims and work on facilitating return-to-work programs, modified work programs, and manage our sick leave, absenteeism through the attendance support program. We work closely with risk management, and our health and safety committees to identify workplace hazards and that pose a risk both to our staff and the public. We're responsible for the corporate selection and recruitment for all positions, be it firefighters or transit operators, senior staff, or laborers. And we are responsible also for corporate training and development, professional development, which we do on behalf of the corporation on many topics, including customer service, leadership development, and a key focus for next year is going to be compliance with OADA Act, and we'll be doing mandatory training there to ensure that we're compliant with that piece of legislation. We have an internal HR website that we manage to facilitate learning and support and profile our various wellness initiatives and our EAP program for all staff. And then finally, this includes employee recognition, where we acknowledge service excellence, employees who are modeling our organizational values and exemplary and long service as well. So our big cost drivers and corporate expenditures, these are the kind of the big corporate expenditures within our department. First and foremost is collective bargaining, and as you say, our whole department costs approximately $4 million, and over a little $4 million, and represents about 3.9%. A lot of those, again, are corporate responsibilities like collective bargaining, and we are in the midst of bargaining with our fire association, and our transit union agreement expires at the end of this year. We'll be engaged starting in January with collective bargaining with ATU. We also are responsible for employee benefits and our health care plan, our vision care plan, our dental plan, and our pension plan. In this budget center, you'll see banks for vacation leave and sick leave for departing and terminating employees. And we also administer, and if there's any job reclassifications, comes out of this cost center as well. We look after severance claims and agreements. If there are any severance claims, we pay this out of this departmental budget. And finally, around $800,000 or so consists of workers' compensation claims, both past and present, which we manage and try to mitigate through good return-to-work programs and our attendance support programs. The key issues for us, I guess, this year I mentioned collective bargaining. That'll certainly be something that will be an important part of our year. If we don't settle our fire agreement, it can go, of course, to interest arbitration, which may happen in the spring. If we will begin, as I mentioned, bargaining with our transit union in early January. It's always tough during difficult economic times, but we are hopeful that we can achieve a reasonable settlement that's good for both parties and the residents of Niagara Falls. We are continuing to emphasize our corporate training through the implementation of our organizational values and customer service training. We have a number of corporate training initiatives planned for in 2013. Process mapping, which is really about continuous quality improvement, ensuring that staff identify key processes and tasks that in their respective departments where they can do things better and maximize resources efficiently. And we also, as I mentioned, have put aside some additional money to make sure that we're compliant with the Ontario Disabilities Accessibility Act. The big cost drivers too with us this year will be benefits. OMERS the OMERS pension plan is increasing significantly. We are going to have to budget for those increases. EI is going up 6%, and our health care costs through our big insurance carriers are increasing by 3% for 2013. We're trying to take a number of steps, though, to mitigate some of those costs through consolidating our carrier coverage, which we think will save some money that will help offset some of those rising benefit costs. Workforce planning, we really have a challenge on our hands here. We are a fairly old workforce. 47 years old is the average age of our average employee. So we're anticipating, with the baby boomers retiring, a lot of retirements in the next 3 to 5 years. There's going to be vacancies. We're going to have to transition our workforce to ensure that these vacancies don't create problems for us, and that we have the leadership capacity and the talent to ensure that we can provide the services and performance that we need to perform. So workforce planning is going to be more leadership development, succession planning are going to be more priorities in 2013 and beyond. And then finally, the last thing is we have our attrition policy that we're trying to follow. And when these vacancies occur, we do proper reviews to determine whether these positions need to be filled, whether the positions need to be changed, whether there needs to be a reallocation to other high priority growth areas within the corporation. So we've got a busy year ahead, and happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions of Mr. Dark? Yes, Councilor Morocco.
Yes, the Chair, I just have a question on page 60. Oh, shoot, I forgot where I was here. Page 60, the negotiation settlements, what does that refer to? It's under termination, and then there's negotiation settlements. What is that?
Negotiation settlements refers to, we put aside some monies towards bargaining, towards the cost of benefits, and that's what that's referring to. That.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions of Mr. Dark? If not, then that concludes the budget presentation. We're going to take 5 minutes, and then council will reconvene, and the mayor can come back up to his chair. Thank you.
and seconded by Councillor Carrio, deputation net zero presentation with Niagara College and Niagara Research this evening. It's a brief presentation. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Thank you. We're going to have the...
What's the vote?
What's that?
I didn't see any hands.
All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Nobody's opposed. So
Well, if
that,
they're not voting, they're opposed.
okay, we'll call the vote again. We're asking for a...
Point of order, point of order.
Yes.
We happen to have more people here for the Niagara District Airport matter. Wouldn't perhaps that be better to let that take precedence?
Well, that's got its spot. This is a deputation that we've got on the agenda, and we had asked, there's a little bit of confusion. We didn't want to move it to our next council meeting because we're planning to have that one as more of a brief one. So we asked that we just move this one forward. So we've got a motion on the floor. We're going to entertain, to move the deputation. Yes, Councilor Peter?
Sorry, Your Worship, and we were just out at the recess. Is this for the energy audit
Yes.
presentation?
Okay. Okay, so we're going to call the, please, clearly, hands in the air. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Gentlemen, welcome. If you could please introduce your company and your concept, and we'll get on with the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carl Oxlader, and this is Trevor Bentley. We're students at Niagara College, and we're part of Niagara Research. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for letting us present on such short notice tonight. Niagara Research is home to Niagara College's Research and Innovation Division. The way that it works is that when there's an idea for a project or a development, then Niagara Research is the organization that takes that project forward. So we're students in renewable energy, and what we're proposing here is to take a look at a net zero project and apply a green energy capacity to it. It's exactly what Niagara Research does. It's what Niagara College does. The area that we're proposing to do it in is in Chippewa. Our industry partner is Umbrella Energy, and the owner of Umbrella Energy hails from Chippewa. So we thought, why not take this nice picturesque town right here in Niagara and take a good look at how we could maybe make your climate a little more efficient. So as far as the technical details of what net zero is, I'd like to turn it over to Trevor Bentley.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time this evening. What is net zero? Net zero is generating as much power as a facility uses. As you'll see on the graph, the energy consumption is based over time. What you see is that energy consumption over the time needs to come down. And what we can do with a renewable energy source is meet that demand to make that building run at net zero. How do we get there? We'll do an energy audit and analysis of all the consumption that's used within the three facilities that you've seen. We will pick target areas and propose recommendations on how to conserve the area, whether it's through lighting incentives or other government initiatives that are available. Once consumption targets are finalized, we would put together an array, a solar array, that would help generate power to offset the usage of the three facilities. And why would we do this? The project will provide the City Council and the City with tools to help the City comply with Ontario Regulation 397-11, which states that a public agency shall prepare, publish, and make available to public energy conservation and demand management plans. The first part of this actually comes into force on July 1st, 2013, which states that a public facility, such as the three buildings here, have to report energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. The first part of it is reporting on the template that you have to comply with the ministry. So what we're asking from council for tonight is participation in the feasibility study, which is what we're doing right now, and grant us access to the buildings and to the energy data to help us compile respective reports for you guys to see, so that we can hopefully try and conserve some energy with you guys and present you with a solar array that, if you guys feel you want to take forth in the future, you'll be able to do that, and we'll set the template for that for you guys. Okay?
Yeah, it seems like often what's overlooked in green energy is the fact that if you don't use as much energy in the first place, you don't need to generate as much. So with this totally free energy audit, it's worth taking a look at, little things like CFL light bulbs and how your setups are. So, there's all the steps that you can do. So we're more than happy to come in and perform this complimentary service. And we're sure that the city will get something from it.
Yes, okay, we got some questions. Councilor Pietrangelo, and then Kerrio.
Your Worship, if we haven't taken a position on this yet, I don't know how we can refuse a free service. I mean, if it's a task that we have to go through in 2013 anyway, then I think the gentleman very much for coming forward and wanting to start it for us. And I would kindly let them know that we have a lot of other municipal facilities that they can do an energy audit on as well.
The CAO would like to comment?
Just so I can just remind council, and certainly, if this is a project, a free service to have come forward with facilities in Chippewa. You recall our hydro utility. We just recently approved doing a complete energy audit for all of our municipal buildings across the corporation. That was just approved at a recent meeting that we had with our hydro utility, and that project actually is already underway. Our staff has actually had a couple of meetings with the consultants. Now, I view this as a sort of a separate project that certainly could go on, but just so everybody understands, we've already engaged consultants to do this on a citywide basis to ensure that we are in compliance with the regulation.
Okay, Councillor, you still have the floor.
That's fine, Your Worship. I mean, I think that these gentlemen still would like to provide the free service, and I don't see anything wrong with going forward and letting them do it. If you'd like a motion to refer them over to staff, I'll be happy to make that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerrio.
I was going to make the same motion, Your Worship. I was going to say, why are they here? Why are they not talking to our staff? Why do they just show up at city council and come to the council without going through staff first? So
that's the whole idea, is that we give them direction and refer them to staff.
I just was wondering, why would they not go to staff first? Why just come to a city council meeting without having talked to staff first? So I would second the motion to refer this to staff and then let them talk to our staff and come back with a recommendation from our staff.
Councillor Morocco?
Yes, Your Worship. I know that we're already taking this initiative with the hydro, and it's already underway. And if it's an opportunity for even to save money with those consultants, I think that's a great opportunity to save the money and do these 3 buildings on their own. So I definitely support it.
Okay, Councillor Idoni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that was going to be my question. That was my hesitation of putting on my hand to see the presentation, because if I remember correctly, I did read some correspondence going back and forth. No, we wouldn't be able to accommodate you. I don't know how they got here or who told them to come here, and a motion of council would let them speak. But I think they need to be referred to staff, and I think staff needs to talk to Hydro. Thank you for coming, but the way it happened is really hinky, and we really need to coordinate with our Hydro first.
Well, I'll tell you what happened, just so we're clear on this. These people met in my office with the idea of coming here to council to present a free service with Niagara College before our hydro meeting, when we decided we're going to pay to have this service done. So they offered to do it through the college as a project. So I wanted to bring it forward so we can work in tandem. Because if this gets delayed, I think it's going to lose its relevance. We have an opportunity to work in tandem with another energy audit that's going on. So it looked like a good opportunity. We didn't want to delay it into the new year when we've got an energy audit on its way. So I thought there could be some efficiencies and some opportunities with the two working together. When you have an opportunity with Niagara College coming to us wanting to do a project, I thought it was worth having the discussion. So it'll obviously duly get referred to staff from this point. And that was the goal. Councillor?
No, and it's a lofty one, I understand that. But still, if I remember correctly, I did read correspondence from the clerk. No, we could not accommodate you tonight. I think had it come to us through staff with a recommendation, also a recommendation from NPEI, I'd have been more comfortable with it.
Yeah, fair enough, but we do have a light agenda tonight, so it wasn't a time issue. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, usually we don't have this type of negative debate over something free. I think referring it to staff is appropriate, and maybe they can coordinate between the two bodies to accommodate Niagara College, who is going to provide a service, and the paid consultant that just has to be referred to staff to work it out, so I support that.
Great. So we're all good. Any other questions? Okay, we've got a motion and a seconder to refer it to staff. All those in favor? That's great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. Winter Maintenance Program. Mr. Holman, we're excited as Old Man Winter's ready to arrive. We want to know what you're going to do about it.
Another PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
He scared it away last year, that's right. So he's got a green shirt. He's sticking with spring. He's not going to give in to winter.
Exactly. I'd like to acknowledge the input into this report from our Operations Superintendent, John Morocco, and the Acting Manager of Roadways, Mary Ann Tickey. What I want to do tonight is just very quickly review the current levels of service and operating procedures for our winter maintenance program, discuss a little bit about the challenges and opportunities that we face, and get some direction from council with respect to two minor policy changes. By this time, Mr. Mayor, we have all our winter equipment ready to go. It's all been inspected and it's fully operational. We've been moving ahead with snow fence installation and installation of the fiberglass delineators to help us delineate pavement edges. We're restocked our sand and salt and brine supplies. And we were updating our route maps now and addressing some changes, new subdivisions, so on, that have been added to the list. We're coordinating the work with our supervisory staff and operators and contractors, and we've been providing training opportunities for some of our newer staff. The city of Niagara Falls, as you know, is a difficult piece of geography to maintain and provide a level standard of care across the entire municipality. So we have lake effect snow that affects the rural areas in the south. We have microclimates in the north that affect the property in the north. And we also are dealing with freezing mist that can change depending on the wind direction from time to time. Mr. Clerk is not keeping up with the...
I didn't know what you were talking about.
Doing good.
If you were still on challenges and opportunities.
Okay. Moving right along then to the storm protocol and procedure, a couple of slides in. We provided you one of these kind of quick reference guides you can stick on your fridge, keep all your artwork up with, but it gives you kind of an overview of how we respond to storm conditions depending on the progression of the storm's intensity. You can see it starts out with forecasting, and as we go across, depending on the accumulation of snow, there's the different response and what services are provided at that time. The next slide shows provincial standards. There are 6 classes of highways. We have 5 in our municipality, and this chart basically outlines, depending on the class of roadway, once there's a certain accumulation of snow, how much time the municipality has to clear that snow. All right, and it's important to clear that snow down to the depth that is referenced there. It has to be cleared within 2 feet of the outer edges of the roadway, and for our class 4 and 5 roads, which are our subdivision roads, we have to have the minimum clearance is 5 meters in width. So the key for us, obviously, is being able to respond to weather conditions in a timely manner. And we use a couple of different tools. We use Doppler radar, the Niagara Weather Portal, and the Weather Network to give us some ideas as to what we can anticipate with respect to storm events. Now, if we start too late, obviously, we won't be able to meet our minimum standards. If we start too early, then we're wasting resources. So it's really a delicate balance here, and I think it's really important that, and I'll talk a little bit more as we get into some of the new tools and new technology, that we get this right in forecasting our storms. Our sidewalk winter maintenance program, we provide winter maintenance to approximately 180 kilometers of sidewalk within the municipality. It only represents about 1/3 of our total inventory. I would like to point out here that, that we do not have a sidewalk clearing bylaw in effect. But we rely very heavily on the good spirit and goodwill of neighbors within the community to help each other out, particularly in those areas that are in the Class 4 and Class 5 roads. Some of the challenges that we're facing is trying to match the deployment of our resources to the expectations of the public. And I appreciate the fact that we're kind of blessed here in Northern Ontario and other parts of Canada. People get used to driving to the weather conditions. There seems to be an expectation that even after a storm, we can still drive at 50 and 60 kilometers per hour and get to where we have to go in the same amount of time as we would if it was on the 1st of July. However, it's a matter of matching our expectations with our resources. We'll do our best to educate the community with respect to what our capabilities are. We have an aging population, which means more people are wanting to stay in their homes, which means there will be more people requiring service to get out to the bus stop, to their doctor's appointment, and the like. We've taken on a couple of new subdivisions this year, our urban expansion, so we're able to accommodate the same level of service using the existing resources that we have. But I won't be able to stand up here and say that too much longer. We're pretty well maxed out what we have. Now, last winter is not a good one to compare, but the previous winter we found ourselves barely making the minimum standards. And so that's why it's important, and you'll hear a little bit more about this next meeting, that we deal with growth-related capital costs through our development charges and make sure that we get the new development community to contribute towards the cost of some of our operating expenses. We're limited by we have a lot of high-volume tourist pedestrian activity, and with events like Red Bull and the convention center, we're starting to see more pedestrian activity in the wintertime in our core tourist area. We're also challenged by some of the new hours of work legislation, which limits the amount of time our operators can stay behind the wheel without having to stand down. We have challenges with curb-face sidewalk, an undersized sidewalk. The next slide shows you an example of some of the problems that we've had with the equipment we have. So you can imagine why we get complaints about boulevards needing to be repaired in the spring. We have looked at all kinds of equipment, but basically the equipment we're operating here is the minimum wheelbase that we can use, the equipment that has the minimum amount of horsepower in order to get the job done. But you can see that there are going to be times where we will be off the sidewalk, even on a sunny day. Some of the other challenges we have, commercial operators pushing the snow onto the road and onto the sidewalk, creating some visibility and safety issues. And those are issues that we try to deal with through bylaw enforcement. And one of the newer problems for us is trying to deal with the new streetscape designs that we've approved and built. And as attractive as they are in the summertime, they are quite difficult to operate and maintain in the wintertime due to boulevard and furniture conflicts, pavement grade differentials, and parking. So, we are working, we're going to continue to work to record all complaints, requests for service through Cartograph. We have installed GPS equipment in all our vehicles and each radio. We're going to improve our notification to the public. We've got a hotline for snowplow updates. The council is informed when we have a full operation through a email notice, and we'll be putting more information on our website to keep the public up to speed on where we are with our progress and our plans to deal with storm events. We're also looking into new technology that will measure surface temperatures and record actual weather conditions. A lot of this initiative is driven from a risk management perspective due to some of the claims that we've received. We're also looking at new equipment that would improve the spreading of de-icing material and snow melting operations. A lot of these toys are very expensive, and before we make the recommendation, we have to develop a good business case for them. However, not all of these solutions cost money. I would like to take a couple of seconds to remind everyone about the Snow Buddies program. For those people that cannot maintain their sidewalks or driveways, they always have the ability to contact the Snow Buddies program, and they will arrange to have somebody come and help you and provide this service for you. Okay. The recommendation for tonight's report, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for the commercial, but I think it's important that every once in a while we remind the community of what the standard is. In the budget, we would like to include an additional $20,000 under contracted services for the snow removal on Queen Street. And on the sidewalk snowplow route program, we would like to make two removals, one on Senex Avenue, the west side, from Vine Street to Mayfair Drive, and on Welland Avenue on both sides from Sodom to Banting Avenue. And then in their place, we'd like to add the west side of St. Paul Avenue from Mountain Road down to Stonegate Drive. Be happy to answer any questions, and my staff is here.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councilor Pietrangelo, then Morocco.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I have a question actually, and it's about the sidewalks in the downtown area. And I remember calling Your Worship as soon as the sidewalks went in, because I got an email from a resident, and the email only said one thing, and it was, how are they going to clean those new sidewalks in the downtown area? And I hadn't even seen them yet, so I didn't really know. And then I had a look at them when we came down for our next meeting. And I remember asking the question, and I guess I'll ask it here in open council through you to whoever wants to answer. Was there any thought given to the maintenance of these specific sidewalks before the preferred design was chosen?
Mr. Holman?
I guess the obvious answer is not enough care had gone into that decision. It's something you have to balance when you're dealing with requests for additional furniture and street trees and things like that. The best way to perform winter maintenance services is to use smaller equipment. Our equipment's got a heavier, it's got more horsepower. It can push snow a little bit further. It goes a lot faster. But it's not the type of equipment that we could use in this particular case. Lesson learned, yes, when we do streetscape projects, we need to consider the winter maintenance aspects of it and have some more input from our operations staff.
Councillor?
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess through you to Mr. Holman as well. In the past, we've generally cleared the snow from the downtown area. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then, in continuing to do so, these are the type of items that really hurt us operationally, because now we have to pick up an added cost if we go ahead and do the winter maintenance as we've always done. And it's not really an easy fix, as you obviously know, because you wrote the report and you talk about the fact that we have to use either a bobcat or a skid steer to get in there. So now we need actual specialized equipment. And I mean, it doesn't just stop with the installation of the sidewalks. Now we have to carry that operational cost into eternity until we actually change the sidewalks, if that ever happens. So those type of things, I mean, they really hurt us financially, not only in one year, but in every single continuous year.
Mr. Mayor, just to comment on that. And I appreciate the comment that, we provided that service in the past. But the other BIAs perform their own sidewalk clearing. They use their own equipment, they hire their own contractors. The downtown is really the only BIA that we provide this additional service to. And that's not really an excuse, but it is something for consideration, because it really is the BIA that's asking for that level of service. And if that's something that they want to perform themselves, or they want to reimburse us for, that might be an item that we discuss at the next meeting, which is our operation budget meeting.
Okay. Councillor? Okay, to that point, Councillor Ioannoni, and then Councillor Wing, to that point?
Just to that point in regards to the design for the sidewalks, it all went along when we passed the 500,000 or whatever it was at the time to beautification for the downtown. We created a beautification committee. The downtown was designed by our city staff. Every piece of furniture or decoration or everything was designed by our city staff, with the beautification committee just telling them what kind they wanted there, but our staff picked that. Might not have been your staff, but the staff that we worked at, because I sat at every one of those meetings, and the designs were done by our city staff. So just, that's wrong. The BIA didn't pick the locations. The BIA worked with our staff. I just wanted you to be clear, because Mr. Holman said maybe next time we should ask staff. Planning staff plan the whole thing.
Yeah, Your Worship, and I never said that the BIA is the one that designed it.
Okay.
I mean, my first question to Mr. Holman was, wasn't any thought given to the design before it was chosen? I never said the BIA designed it.
Yes, Councillor.
And I would say there was a lot of thought given. It was just a different department of staff.
Okay, Councillor Wing?
I was picking up on the suggestion that the BIA should be performing the work themselves or reimbursing us, because I'm going to suggest that's what other BIAs do, and were this the situation in Maine and Ferry, they wouldn't be requesting the city do this. They'd be doing it themselves. I mean, Maine and Ferry paid for half the CIP there. They paid for the entire streetscape master plan. They've given money toward the demolition of the Serbian Cultural Center to make way for the market. They were chomping at the bit this summer with the new flower beds there. They weren't up to the standards expected and wanted to be able to send in a contractor to improve them, but we're told no, you have to let the flower beds are under some sort of warranty, so you have to just leave them and let the contractor maintain them this year, and not until next year can you start doing the work. So that's another small, poor BIA, but it comes to the table with money and steps up to the plate, and when there's something non-standard being looked for, it contributes financially. So to me, the same thing should be happening here. This is something non-standard, and whether it's contracting directly to get those whatever they are called, cleared, or reimbursing the city for the extra cost. I mean, this is the sort of thing BIAs do. Beautification, public realm improvements, maintaining the public realm. Lundy's Lane contracts to get the weeds cleared all along Lundy's Lane, and, like the beautification carried out along Lundy's Lane, the regional and the portions as well as ours. That's the BIA, they're doing that, and that isn't an excessively wealthy BIA either. So this is just something that a BIA should do.
Councillor, to that point? Yes.
Perhaps we should send a letter to the downtown BIA, ask them what's sitting in their reserve, ask them what's surplus, and if it's sitting there, bill them have them pay for the work, not the taxpayers. Because we're sitting here talking amongst ourselves, and if we're correct, we remember what the surplus was from the last meeting. And quite frankly, if it's what we think it was, they can afford to pay for their own snow plowing.
Okay, I've got Councillor Morocco, Carrio, and Thompson.
Well, Your Worship, just to that point, I think that, of course, we actually probably gave them a little bit of a break, because financially that BIA didn't have the funds, or really wasn't functioning to get the funds. And I think at this time, as Councillor Ioannoni said, that they do have the funds, and I believe that there is sufficient funds. So I think that we take that back and just have that looked at.
I'll make that motion.
But Okay, she wants to, she make that motion? No, I'm
I'll
just.
move that while then she can second.
Okay, so I guess she's made that motion, I'll second the
Okay,
motion. Take
okay.
that back. I just wanted to ask Mr. Holman, through you, your worship, we don't have a bylaw for sidewalk removal in the city? We don't.
That's correct.
What other municipalities do? A good majority? I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe.
I would say yes.
Thank you.
In fact, we have a number of residents come from out of town, and they don't understand why we don't have one.
Yeah, I've got the
But something
same.
we just kind of, resisted. But it would be interesting to get some feedback from our risk management team and our insurer.
I'd
based on some
like
of
to
the
see a
decisions.
report back on that, if that's possible, or if there's some reports that are there, that would be greatly appreciated, because I think that, we've got a buddies program out there, and most people are out there cleaning their walkways and their front walkway, and if everybody did that, that would be a huge benefit to the city. Another thing, too, is a lot of things that people will call up and say, the residents are actually shoveling or snow blowing their snow onto the road. And so it's just like infuriating people, because then the plow goes down and the guy next to them now is getting the snow pushed back into theirs. Is there a bylaw against blowing the snow out onto the road? I guess the second thing would be, is it enforced?
Mr. Holman?
No. Yeah, there's an encumbrance bylaw, a road encumbrance bylaw, but we got to catch the people in the act. I mean, obviously, we see the physical evidence of the snow in the on the road, and either through the Municipal Service Center folks or through our bylaw guys, we do send them a letter and say, what you just did was wrong. Sometimes that solves the problem.
Okay, that was my next thing. Are we giving them notification, and are they aware of it? Is there actually public notices going in the newspaper and that?
Yeah, and actually, in fairness, that's a good point, because last year we did have a woman who was from out of town, and in that municipality, according to her, and we have no reason to doubt her, they were allowed to plow out into the roadway, and she didn't realize that it was a violation. We told her it was, and she rectified her actions.
So then, Dean, do you need a motion for us to make sure that that's public notice in the paper or something, or is it just something that the staff will do?
I believe we've done that on an annual basis, but we can certainly do that again. Similarly, when we give weed notice at the beginning of that season, we can give notice about that as well. I think it's a good idea. I know we've done it in the past, but we should probably do it on an annual basis.
Okay, and finally, Your Worship, I would like to make a motion to move the recommendation to accept this report.
Okay, so we got two motions here. We got to deal with one at a time here. Okay, so we still have a couple more speakers to the original topic here.
First motion is downtown to go back to the BIA.
Yeah, we've got Councilor Carrio and Thompson.
The motion on the number one, what was the motion on number one?
Is to ask the
refer that-
downtown BIA
To ask
to pay.
downtown to pay for it?
Yeah.
It was, my question was going to be, how are we going to justify that and not have all the other BIAs coming here screaming at us
Yeah.
to pay for their snow removal?
Because we have.
So if that motion goes first, I'll support the rest of the motion.
Okay, Councilor Thompson?
Yeah, that was the same, the design of the downtown, so this motion looks after my concern. There was a slide right at the start there that showed how they assess what they're doing with a storm. Before that. The next one before that. Yeah, this one. Is that on our website? That one? I think that's excellent, because, when you're on council, you get the phone calls, what were they doing out last night sanding, and nothing materializes. So this is the first time I've really seen a real clear indication of why they do what they do with respect to it. They all have their reasons for it, but sometimes it doesn't relate to the public's thinking. So hopefully they can put that somewhere on the website, so people will be able to see why the city staff, with respect to snowstorms, etc., do what they do. That's a very good slide.
Okay. So our first, yes, Councilor Gates?
No, not on this.
Okay. Second one?
Not with the BIs.
Okay. Well, the first motion moved by Councilor Ioannoni, seconded by Councilor Morocco, is that we have staff investigate the idea of the downtown BIA contributing or paying for the snow removal of their sidewalks. Okay? Any discussion to that motion? So we call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Then we've got a second motion to move the report by the same mover and seconder. Any discussion to the report? Yeah, Councilor Gates?
Thanks very much, Mayor Diodati. I just want to talk, Jeff, on it's on page 5, I guess, of the report, Route 3. As the city road network grows, increased resources will be required to maintain current service standards. Additional combinations of plow, salt, sander trucks will be required. And then you go down further, and it talks about municipal service yard, which increases operating cost. And then you go down the next one, it says the larger road network also put more pressure on our existing yard facility in terms of space for parking, winter maintenance, employee, as well as storage. And I guess that paragraph kind of talks to, as we continue to grow out, the strain that's going to be put on our services to maintain our roads. And I heard you talk, although I didn't pick it all up, I might have been writing as you were talking on a particular issue, but it's another reason why our development charges are going to be so important on a go-forward basis, because as you expand out, our services have to go out further, and it looks to me like you have some concerns, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have a problem with that, with having the resources to be able to provide those services as we grow. Thanks, buddy.
Mr. Mayor, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, as we grow to the south and to the west, our service center is right in the northeast corner, so there's a lot of time, dead time, spent going back and forth. So we're going to be looking at operational improvements, possibly a south end depot for storage of sand and salt to try and cut down some of those standby time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Morocco, did you have a comment? No. No? Okay, Councillor Wayne?
Yeah, it struck me when Councillor Gates was pointing that out. That's one of the prices we pay when we extend our urban boundary as well. Increased costs, increased travel time, dead time, use of salt.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to move the report.
Not with existing roads.
When we extend the urban boundary and create new subdivisions, that creates new roads, new sidewalks that need to be maintained. And when you have existing roads which aren't used by pedestrians but are strictly rural roads, that's not the same, and they're not kept at the same standard as when they have residences along them, people trying to travel the sidewalks.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, we should keep the municipality just like Chippewa, nice little wee small 5,000 community.
Tastes great, less filling. We've got the debate going on over here. You've both got good points. Okay, we're going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I know you're all excited for this. The mayor's remarks. I'll try to get to them quick for Councillor Carrier. Councillor Thompson, could you provide heat, please? Okay, we'll start off with the obituaries. Thomas Shapton, a retired city firefighter, passed away. Our condolences to his family, and as well, our manager of parking, Paul Brown's father-in-law, Joe Futino, passed away. So as well, our condolences to their family. Special announcements. I'm sure everyone's heard Red Bull. Their blockbuster event will be this weekend. It's been a very exciting time as they're preparing the track, and for those of you that had a chance to go and see it, it is the steepest, fastest track in Red Bull history ever in the world. And that's Russia, Sweden, USA. I had an opportunity to go to the top of it, and it's not for those that are afraid of heights. And that thought of skating down it, you got to be nuts. But apparently, there's a lot of people that are. So, and I have to tell everyone a little funny story. Red Bull people had asked me if I would challenge last week if I would challenge Mayor Rob Ford to a skate down the ice. And then on Monday they said that's okay, we don't need to. And then I said, well, why don't I challenge Mayor Hazel? And they said because she'd beat you really bad. So I said, good point. So we won't be doing that. But I'd like to also point out that Friday night they are closing down Victoria Avenue. And between Clifton Hill and Magdalen, they're going to be featuring the Arkells, Juno Award-winning band from Hamilton. We've received a lot of calls and a lot of interest. It's a free concert from 7 p.m. until midnight on Victoria Avenue. The Red Bull Crashed Ice event is all weekend with qualifiers on Thursday night and Friday. And then Saturday night at 7 o'clock is the beginning of the big event. They're expecting anywhere from 60 to 80,000 people here. NBC will be here. And the main thing that we do want to point out is it is a free event. There are some paid areas, but it is a free event. And we took it in Quebec City. It's something you have to see yourself. And yes, TV's got great views, but you have to see it to see how surreal it is. It's a real exciting event. There'll be big video screens everywhere, large crowds, major excitement and energy. You don't want to miss it, and it's free. Moving on, those that want to buy tickets to paying areas, you go to the website niagarafallstourism.com, and you can look into those tickets. As mentioned earlier, anyone that does get a parking ticket until December 4th can pay their ticket with a toy of equal or greater value just by bringing it down to City Hall. If anyone that likes getting into the Christmas spirit, It's a Wonderful Life play is playing at the Seneca Theater downtown Queen Street. For tickets, you just have to call the theater or City Hall can direct you. And yours truly was in the opening act on Friday night. I played the mayor of Bedford Falls, and it had a little cameo at the end, had a little bit of fun, and we'll just leave it at that, okay? New Year's Eve 2013, the talent's been announced: Nelly Furtado, Headley, and Dragonette. Some very big events, and as well some big events in the Scotiabank Convention Center. Niagara Falls, just like last year, is going to be New Year's Eve central for all of Canada. As it is, we have the highest numbers for our ratings across the country. I'm sure this year is going to be just better.
Dead Mouse.
And yeah, thank you, Councilor Thompson. Dead Mouse, Joel Zimmerman, one of Niagara Falls' own, will be performing at the Scotia Center.
He's coming a day early. He's still looking for the person who broke into his mother's house.
Okay, thank you for that. I won't repeat that part. We'll leave that one go. Sleep Cheap, we want to thank all the hoteliers, including Councillor Carrio, for participating. The numbers are coming in, and it was a very solid event, and thanks only to the hoteliers. Grey Cup visited the city just before the Grey Cup event. Last Wednesday, Councillor Gates was out there to greet it as well. And if you watch any of the advertisements and commercials, they showed the falls in the background as TSN did the filming. It was great. We want to thank the Niagara Parks Commission, specifically the chair, Janice Thompson, for making it a reality at the very last minute, because they weren't going to come to Niagara Falls, and that would have been a shame. And congratulations to the Argos for, it was this was the match for the rubber. There had been one each in the past, and this was the big one, for the rubber being the puck kind of thing. It's just a figure of speech, Councillor Peter Angelo. But it was a big event, sold out event, and I couldn't get over the excitement this year because it was the 100th. There was a grand opening of the Mojito House, which is Niagara Falls' first Cuban-Canadian restaurant on Thoroldstone Road near Montrose. We had the annual Santa Claus Parade. The weather was outstanding, and because of it, we had some huge crowds, record crowds, and appreciate Councillors Peter Angelo, Gates, and Wing for attending and handing out tattoos to the crowd. Niagara Concerts had a big event with Cadence, and it was opened up by Councillor Wing, who attended on our behalf. We thank her for that. Councillor Peter Angelo represented council at SciTech, the Candy Cane 5K run along Lundy's Lane. So thank you for that, Councillor. 32nd annual volunteer recognition meeting was at Club Italia. Councillors Iannone, Gates, and Peter Angelo were in attendance as well. Councillor Iannone represented us at the Early Years Center and doing some reading to the little kids. The 12th annual Festa Italia took place at St. Paul High School. It was a nice feast. 50th anniversary celebration of RBC Royal Bank, Portage and O'Neill. We want to thank Fred Sacco for the Mustache Bash at the Riverhawks Junior C game at the Gale Center. He raised money for $12,000 for prostate awareness for Movember. Now, if we can only get the two Waynes to shave their mustaches in this council. Meet and greet, we had at Club Italia with Tullio Guma, Consul General from Italy. He was here with his wife and his 4 children. Senator Pamela Wallen was at the Scotia Center yesterday, and she was addressing a bunch of the veterans and military people. And last night we had the past Grand Knights dinner, the Knights of Columbus, honoring Mr. Norm Scott, as he will be the past Grand Knight. Coming up, you'll notice, councillors, purple bands in your packages. for epilepsy awareness. They put those in your packages. Pasta dinner for Nikki Roma will be taking place at Our Lady of the Scapular Parish Hall this Wednesday at 6 p.m. for those that can attend and support the cause. So grand opening and ribbon cutting for Once Upon a Child this at 9 a.m. this week, Drummond Road. I don't have the date for some reason. Pardon me?
29th.
The 29th, thank you very much. The 29th at 9 a.m. on Drummond Road. Grand opening of Designer Delights Cupcakes on Saturday, December the 1st on Portage Road.
I can represent you.
Can you do that, Councillor? Thank you very much.
No problem.
Grand opening of Audrey and Company Hair and Aesthetics located on St. Paul Ave on December 5th at 7 p.m. The 2012 Firefighter Recruit Graduation will take place next Friday at 10:30 a.m. December the 7th at Delphi Hall. And last announcement, the Niagara Falls Lions Club want us to know they're selling Christmas trees. They've got a lot of great selection down on Drummond Avenue, and make sure you get down there, Drummond Road rather, come down and pick out a nice Christmas tree. So moving on, communications and comments of the city clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship, a couple of things for council to make a decision on. You referred to the Epilepsy Niagara. Actually, within their correspondence, they are requesting that we post a link on the city's website during their campaign, which is for a couple of weeks in early December.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, it's passed.
Secondly, Jay Mason from the Chippewa Public Docks Committee sent in a correspondence, two requests. They're doing the annual Polar Bear Swim on Saturday, January 5th, and they're requesting some support of on-site facilities, which has been done in the past.
Okay, we've got Councillor Morocco and Councillor Thompson.
Move you represent us.
I will not do that one.
And the second part is that he's requesting some services of our engineering staff on the other dock proposal, and we're suggesting that be referred to staff.
Okay, so we've got the first motion for the Polar Bear Swim, so we'll call that one first. All those in favor? Okay, that Councillor Thompson be there, thank you. And then the second one be that we refer to staff, the second one, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's it. Okay, we have no in camera. And that's it for additional items then, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Consent agenda.
Consent agenda?
Okay. Moved by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Ioannoni to move the consent agenda. Councillor Wayne.
I'd like to lift report CAO 2012-03, updates to the Niagara District Airport. It's actually not the funding agreement, it's the intermunicipal agreement.
Okay. Okay. Anybody want anything else lifted?
Move the balance.
Okay, we'll move the balance. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Councillor Wing, CAO 2012-03.
Yes. I'll start with the items that the clerk was kind enough to include in your handouts today. I'll work from the back toward the front. The Niagara-on-the-Lake Chamber of Commerce's award for extraordinary vision in business in 2011 went to the Airport Commission. We have more recently been up for an award at the Niagara Business Achievement Awards, and I'll just quickly read the blurb that was in the evening's program, or I'll read excerpts. It talked about how the Niagara District Airport is a major key to Niagara's economic prosperity. It's proven to be the source of important technological innovations that have helped facilitate business development in Niagara. Our recent improvements and investments have taken the airport's facilities to the next level, allowing for a range of aircraft from corporate to passenger to land on its runways and increase traffic to Niagara. The new terminal has been celebrated for its architectural innovation, and as a result, the Niagara District Airport has proven an important center for technological innovation and a vital strategic asset to Niagara's business community. We started publishing a newsletter recently, a copy of which is in your package, and also there's a copy of the 4-page spread in the November issue of the Canadian Business Journal. And this 4-page spread is on the Niagara District Airport. We are getting a lot of recognition and a lot of accolades for what our team has accomplished over the last few years, and we are still working on developing and growing this airport and making it something even better than it is today. I'd like to recognize the members of the team who are here. Wow, I didn't see Terry come in. I'll just quickly introduce them. Terry Flynn, councillor from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 15 years experience like myself, and we had Councillor Greg Washuta, who had more than 15 years, if I remember right. Ernie Amadio, who's one of your Niagara Falls representatives and probably one of the wisest people I've ever met. Gary Murphy, one of the St. Catharines representatives, who is our secretary. Bob White, our treasurer, who's also, if you don't mind me mentioning it, Director of Finance Emeritus for the University of Toronto. And last but certainly not least, our chair, Rudy Suter, who is a man of many, many talents and just wildly brilliant. And he's really had a lot to do with getting the airport to where it is today. And he is your other Niagara Falls reps. So you have all three of your Niagara Falls reps here tonight. You have most of the officers. We're only missing our vice president, or vice chair rather, here tonight. The commission has accomplished a lot over the past few years, and I think it's really a good news story, and these accomplishments are really impressive. And they were made despite the existence of the Airport Liaison Committee, which really has been a failed experiment. It has proven to be the perfect platform for political interference. And a good case in point is I sent you all, sometime in the past week or so, the binder of ALC minutes, which are a little bit scanty, but if you look at it, the April 24th meeting was devoted to a Mr. Montgomery, on whose behalf it says in the minutes the meeting had been called and to whom the meeting in its entirety was devoted. Now, Mr. Montgomery, as I understand it, was evicted from the airport in 1992 after having squatted there and failed to pay any rent monies whatsoever to the airport. He wants now to have a hangar in which to warehouse his value media trade show, home show display materials, which get set up at arenas and street shows and that sort of thing. It will be trucked in and out. Fine and dandy, except our planning approvals only allow us to have airport and aviation-related uses there. So, it's a major stumbling block when your planning approvals don't let you do what somebody wants you to do. And what they've convinced the mayor of St. Catharines the mayor should be forcing you to do. It's a big problem. But that's the way it is. Our current planning approvals do not permit us to entertain the uses that he's proposed. But Mr. Mayor McMullen, for some reason, we don't know, has been championing this Mr. Montgomery. There was an entire meeting in April of the mayors and CAOs of the three supporting municipalities and the airport chairman, who is the seventh member of that committee, devoted to Mr. Montgomery. The commission stood by at the planning approvals, and that basically has led us into the mess that we're in today. The report you have before you has Ken's signature attached, but that's not Ken's authorship. He is not that sloppy. And I'm kind of disappointed he didn't...
Oh, sorry.
I'm kind of disappointed he didn't correct the errors and the inaccuracies and address the misleading statements that I pointed out on November 19th. The current agreement isn't expired, as the report claims. It doesn't expire until 2026. There's a number of other things, and I'm not going to bore you with reiterating everything that I pointed out in the emails. But, even, and I hate to say this, but even Ken's statements on the issue have been the same. He said in an email response that the airport commissioners present at the November 8th meeting did not have any objections to the amendments. Well, I guess that's semi-true. I had left the meeting by that time. I was just there to observe. But the three commissioners remaining and the airport manager not only were not invited to speak, But they were told in no uncertain terms that they would have no opportunity whatsoever to have any input. And the meeting was actually conducted as if the airport chairman, who is a member of that committee, already wasn't a member. The report before you tonight totally neglects to mention the most important change in the revised agreement. And we do have that, fortunately. You can see on, that's in the handouts as well, that on page 4 of the agreement, the current wording where the ALC, Airport Liaison Committee, shall be an advisory committee, that the advisory's been struck out, and the words give direction to the commission have been put in. And it's really disappointing that in all 3 of these municipalities, nobody has highlighted what is a really major sweeping change. It's showing up on the consent agendas. I don't know what's going on, why this is being, why there's been this attempt to push it through this way. But Mr. Briggs' report to you fails to mention the sweeping changes proposed to the role and the powers of the liaison committee. There's a problem here with the same powers and duties being assigned to 2 different bodies, to both the ALC, which will, if this is approved, be able to direct the commission, and to the commission itself. I mean, it's all very convoluted. And it's also not what's in Colin Bird's report to you that should concern you, but also what's not in the agreement. A new agreement, or revised agreement, should address the tax issue with Niagara on the Lake. They get cash in lieu based on a separate agreement, and that really should be addressed here. And how this works is Niagara on the Lake is the owner of the lands on which the airport's situated. The assets on those lands belong to the municipalities of Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake, and St. Catharines, but we're giving a payment in lieu to Niagara on the Lake. So what we're doing in effect, because St. Catharines and Niagara Falls also support this airport, we are taking public tax money from Niagara Falls and St. Catharines and handing it to Niagara on the Lake. And that, every year when we're doing our budget, strikes us as just being really odd. And that's something that the Commission, I know, would like to see addressed, and I'm not sure why it wasn't addressed in the new agreement, but it's a very odd situation, and I think we could free up some money. And incidentally, I know this was referred to as the Niagara on the Lake Funding Agreement. It's actually an intermunicipal agreement, and if you look in your accounts later on in the agenda package, you'll notice that what's down as a grant to the Niagara District Airport is less than what the grant to the Niagara Falls Humane Society is, and is less than what the grant to Project Share is. So I don't know if we want to put the mayor and CAO on in some sort of directory capacity to those boards as well, because it's a little bit more money they're playing with there. But just to, rather than go over everything I've gone over before, if you've read it, you'll understand all the problems, including, are we going to be able to comply with Transport Canada's safety management system requirements if there's not an accountable executive? Right now, according to the flow chart, it is the Commission Chairman. The proposed amendments to the airport, or to the intermunicipal agreement, mean that flow chart would no longer, under that flow chart, the Commission Chairman would no longer be the accountable executive. So I don't know who it would be, but it might be Mayor McMullen. The airport can't operate without this accountable executive and complete safety management system in place, however. One of the things a lot of us have been asking is, why do we need an airport liaison committee at all? Now, this was something new brought into being in 2006, and it has not been beneficial, and it's created a lot more division than cooperation. There's 3 council members on the commission, 2 of them you have here this evening, and we are and should be the prime communication vehicle back to the councils. If there's an airport issue, give me a call, email me, whatever. You know, I can provide updates to you if that's what you want. Yeah, I actually was the editor of the newsletter. I mean, we've got a Facebook page, a couple Facebook pages now. We're trying our very best to communicate and be open and accountable and transparent, which is something the ALC hasn't done. Not only has it proven to be the perfect platform for interference, but there has been a marked degree of a lack of openness and a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability. The composition of the ALC means that its meetings are supposed to be open to the public, and yet at the April 24th meeting, a member of the public was asked to leave. It was our retired airport manager was asked by Brian McMullen to leave the meeting. The minutes are available for August and October of 2009, for April and November of 2012, but for 2.5 years from the fall of 2009 to the spring of 2012, apparently no minutes were recorded. And even this year, there was, as we understand it, a secret meeting held on September 11th. Only 6 members of the ALC knew about this meeting and attended this meeting. The 7th was not told about the meeting and was not invited. The ALC really has been a failed experiment, and I just want to quote what somebody recently said. Think of all the grief the current ALC has caused us in unproductive time, undue stress, and enormous interference with our prime responsibility, which is running the airport business. Think of all the negative stress and interference this has had on our small staff. What a shame, what a waste. It really has been a failed experiment. We need to get the intermunicipal agreement changed so we can have proper and straightforward accountability, strong management, and a logical reporting back to the councils. The proposed amendments give you the exact opposite. We want to get on with running the airport, enjoying the excitement of the further changes that we are working on now, and to really get our airport put on the map as per our council's strategic priorities action plan. And I took a special note of that from last meeting's agenda, where one of the economic vitality action plans for our municipality is actively pursue economic development opportunities such as investigating commercial air opportunities with Niagara District Airport to support the Scotiabank Convention Center. We're not looking at just supporting the Scotiabank Convention Center, but supporting a lot of other things region-wide as well. We are looking at bringing in scheduled passenger service, and we don't need to do much more to be able to do that. But that's the sort of thing that we're working on, that we want to focus on, and we want to be able to do it without the political interference that's going on now. We discussed this matter at our last commission meeting, and the consensus there was that all 3 council reps would ask their respective councils to defer this matter in order to receive comment from the commission. Your commission would like to comment to you on these proposed changes, and that is my motion, that we defer for this purpose.
Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We also have a letter here from our 2 representatives asking us to do the same thing. And there's many questions they have in there that I think perhaps, given the 6 years of dedicated service they've given the airport and the council, because we've appointed them, I would second that deferral and ask that we hear back from them.
Well, are you making that, or are you gonna ask for some feedback on what was just?
She made a motion to defer.
Oh, no, I know that, but until it gets second, it's not on the floor.
I did second.
You are, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, motion for deferral is non-debatable. Clarification, yes, Councillor?
Well, I'm wondering what we're going to defer till. Like, I understand that they don't want this passed, but what exactly are we deferring? Like, we're deferring so that staff can give us this report again at our next meeting, because they're probably going to give us the same report. So why don't we just have a debate here tonight? We have some commission members here. I'd like to hear from staff on why these proposed changes are what they are. I mean, if we defer it, all we're doing is just delaying it. That's all we're doing. I mean, mean, I don't understand what a deferral is going to do.
Yeah, well, the mover and the seconder,
Councillor,
because we can't debate this, we can't debate it.
No, I'm asking for clarification
Yeah, I understand,
on what the deferral is.
if you are going to invite the members up to speak, then I will take back my deferral. But what I thought was we were giving them time to put something together for us to read. That's what if you read their letter, that's what they've asked for, is for that time. And considering I understood nothing of what Janice Wing said, I mean, she started from the middle of the story. I've read the emails. Quite frankly, wanted to hear from the commission themselves, and that's what this letter, if you read the letter, it asks us, please give us time to put together something to you so that we can come make a presentation. Did I understand that correctly? I mean, we have members of other councils here. It isn't just Janice who's confused. We have members of other council who are confused too. And if I understand this correctly, if we pass this, the commission is no longer the commission, it's the mayors and the CAO.
See, that's the problem. If we don't debate it, you won't get any answers.
Well, then I'm going to take back my deferral and I would like to hear, I don't know if they're prepared to make a presentation tonight and hear from staff, and then if they still need the deferral to come back.
You can always bring it back forward.
Okay, no problem.
And I'm going to, just before we do though, just before the CAO speaks, and yes, I got Councillor Gates, because I'm going to ask him to answer everything that you said and to clarify everything. I do want to start by saying, the airport has been a great thing. It's a wonderful thing for Niagara. I think everyone's done a wonderful job. Janice has been an excellent rep there, very dedicated under Rudy's leadership, and Bob and the whole team has done a great. That's not at all what's going to be dealt with. We just want to say clarification in that regard. Excellent job. So now we're going to deal with the actual agreement. Just before I get the CAO, I do have Councillor Gates. You want to comment, and then I'm going to ask the CO then to get up and address all this, please.
Well, I have a couple of questions, but I think what I'd like to do, because I'm getting this report from our CEO, obviously, and with the mayor's support. So I think the most important thing for council is that we've heard from Council Wing. I think it's important that we hear from the mayor and from our CEO exactly where we're at. I think that would help, I think, the rest of the councilors on this issue. And then from that, if we have to hear from the commissioners, we should give them an opportunity to talk.
Yeah.
So,
okay, we're going to Mr. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me start off that the issues here are not related at all to the job that the gentleman and Rudy over the years have done on the commission. That's not really what this is about tonight. And in fact, when Councillor Wing indicated that there were no minutes for a period of time, that's because, quite frankly, the committee didn't meet. There was no issues to meet on. I don't think the liaison committee met for over 2 years during that period of time, so hence there were no minutes. This really comes down to what I'd refer to as procedural matters, or perhaps a procedural disagreement between the airport liaison committee and members of the commission, or perhaps in particular with the chair. And what has happened here is the Airport Liaison Committee has been in existence through one name or the other for a number of years. And it's composed of the three mayors of the three funding partners. There used to be four. Thorold dropped out several years ago. Now it's the three mayors and three CAOs along with the chair. That's the Airport Liaison Committee. And we're an advisory committee to the commission. So in none of this tonight is there any intention of replacing the commission. What this is really doing is sort of redefining procedural matters in terms of accountability with respect to the commission's business. And I'm going to just cut to the chase over what the issue is, because we've met on this and talked to the commission members about it. But the whole issue started, and I'm not sure the exact date was, but there was a purchase by the Airport Commission of a hangar at the airport. And nobody on the Airport Liaison Committee, or anybody I know of, questioned that business decision. The problem that we had was that there was a budget approved by this council in 2011, and that purchase, and it was around $250,000, I think, for the purchase, was not identified in the budget. So there was no approval for the commission to be able to go and do that. And if you clearly look at the agreement, and I've got it here somewhere tonight, but the agreement specifically indicates that and I'll just read it to you. This is the existing agreement. In order to fulfill its mandate and subject to the approval of the budget and the business plan approved by the parties, the commission shall be authorized to hold all assets in trust for the parties thereto, and authorized to enter into agreements, leases, and require property as necessary. The disagreement here is that our view is that says subject to an approved budget. I think the procedural discrepancy was that the commission didn't feel that they needed that approval. And our opinion was that because it was a expenditure of $250,000 that was not included in the budget, that the commission needed to come back to this council, St. Catharines Council, and Niagara-on-the-Lake Council to say, we'd like to acquire this property. If it had been in the if it had been in the approved budget, we wouldn't be talking about it, but it wasn't. So this was the procedural difference. So we met, and it had nothing to do with the April meeting. That was something totally different to do with Mr. Montgomery. And we met on May the 15th up at the region, and there was the 3 mayors, 3 CAOs, Rudy, and the airport general manager were there. And we talked about 2 things. One was we needed to identify a procedure to get the commission in front of the 3 councils to amend the budget to approve the expenditure for the acquisition of the hangar. That, in fact, did happen. Rudy was here with the commission on July 24th. So our advice or direction that was given to the committee was, get in front of council, let's get this fixed. Let's get it included and approved. Rudy appeared here on July 24th. Council unanimously approved it, and we're all set. The other issue we indicated at that meeting on May 15th was that we believed, because there was a difference of opinion between the commission and the airport liaison committee with respect to these procedural matters, we better get the agreement revised to reflect what the 3 municipalities felt was the intention of that wording. Now you have to remember, the agreement is between the 3 municipalities. The commission is not party to the agreement. It's our agreement. It's ours, Niagara-on-the-Lakes, and St. Catharines. And our role as an airport liaison committee, I believe, is to provide the committee, the commission, with advice and direction on what we believe the interpretation of that agreement means. And that's exactly what we did. We said, look, we don't believe you had the authority to purchase this property. It's not in your approved budget. How do we rectify it? We recommend you get back to council as soon as you can and rectify this problem. That's exactly what happened. And this issue, quite honestly, is really nothing more or nothing less than that. And there are amendments to the agreement that we believe clarify some of the procedural discrepancies. Yes, the wording in there is direction. I believe, on my opinion on how that works, that's exactly what we did. We as an airport liaison committee have no authority. We're an advisory board, and we gave direction to Rudy that day and said, get before council. That's exactly what they did. Our direction wasn't that we approve the purchase, because we as a committee have no authority. It's this council, St. Catharines Council, and Niagara-on-the-Lake Council that have the authority. So we're talking about an expenditure of $250,000 that was not included in the budget that we believe needed to be included. On top of that, and I won't get into the tax issue, but there was a whole other tax issue of outstanding tax arrears with the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake of about $122,000. Some of that penalty and interest was written off. But this year, and we discussed this just last week, the commission has added about $14,000 a year into their current budget to address those outstanding taxes. So that was another issue that we needed to address because, again, the purchase brought on the tax arrears, and that issue needed to be resolved. That's now been addressed through this year's budget, and I believe it's 2013 to 17. Those tax arrears will be paid off back to Niagara-on-the-Lake. So as far as we're concerned as a liaison committee, we're back on track. I take exception to the thing about the meeting being secret. After we met on May the 15th, we indicated to Rudy that we would be having a meeting to revise the agreement. That meeting was between the CAOs. It was not an airport liaison committee meeting. So any secret meeting you're talking about are 3 CAOs sitting around in that committee room just next door talking about the amendments to the agreement. Now, Mr. Briggs, being the largest municipality, agreed to take the agreement and have their legal staff, instead of our legal staff, amend the agreement. And he agreed that we might as well have one report. So yes, we slightly changed the report, but that report was authored by Mr. Briggs, and the same report that went to Niagara-on-the-Lake was authored. We agreed, that's what we agreed in the meeting. There's no sense 3 CAOs sitting around writing 3 different reports. We'll just have Colin Briggs and CAO of St. Catharines agreed to do it because they were the largest funding partner. And we reviewed that with the 3 mayors. They were in agreement. We then had a meeting on November 12th? November 8th, again in the committee room here, the Airport Liaison Committee, and we invited, I don't think all members of the commission were there, but a number of the commission members were there. And at that meeting, Colin Briggs circulated the draft agreement. And again, I take exception to no feedback. At the end of the meeting, there was a request by the commission to amend our payment schedule, and that's in the agreement. Instead of having quarterly payments, we've agreed to pay them in January and July. That was direct feedback that came as a result of that meeting. So, anyways, Mr. Mayor, this is no reflection of the commission and the work they've done. They've done a great job. It just got to the point where we had this procedural issue, and we felt as an airport liaison committee that we needed to get in and protect the funding partners, which are the 3 municipalities who ultimately pay the bill. And we just felt that it was necessary that there was proper procedures put in place. We had no issue over the purchases. We had no issue over how it was handled. We did have an issue over the fact that there was no prior approval of that. And that's basically ended up to where we are today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That
happy to answer any questions.
I've got Councillor Morocco and then Councillor Wing.
Your Worship, based on the information that the CEO has provided, I'd like to make a motion to move the recommendation that's outlined here by our staff to accept the report.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Morocco to move the report. Is there a seconder? Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wing.
Thank you. Okay, I can't find the email where Mr. Todd said that the CAOs and mayors had met to review the agreement, but that's beside the point. One of the things that he said is that the reason there was no minutes from 2009 to this year was that the liaison committee had not met. It says here in the intermunicipal agreement that the airport liaison committee shall be required to meet a minimum of, to hold a minimum of 2 meetings per year. The said meetings and additional meetings shall be at the call of the chair and or other members. One of the required meetings shall deal with the strategic business plan and annual budget of the airport, which meeting shall be held prior to the budget submission. So the airport liaison committee has not been following the intermunicipal agreement either. It went 2 years without meeting and then came together this year to deal with Mr. Montgomery, and from there has apparently met a couple more times. The hangar purchase matter. This one is really, really ironic, and I think really you need to hear from Mr. Suter on this one. But that came about because we had a tenant, it was our former FBO operator, it was not very professional, left by the time we evicted him, owed us lease payments of about $17,000. And these were monies that had been included in the budgets of previous years as revenues, and we were still looking for them. He was in arrears with payments of taxes to the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake for $123,000. He was in arrears with payments on a promissory note for the hangar for $490,000, and basically the bailiff got involved, and There was a very intense, fast-paced process by which the commission chairman worked with Niagara on the Lake staff and the bailiff, and we ended up owning the operation for a little more than half its value, generating $50,000 a year lease income from it, helping the town recover their tax arrears, and securing what, along with the fuel farm we'd acquired, allowed us to attract top-notch bidders on our RFP for an FBO operator. We ended up with Allied, which is the largest North American-owned fuel service provider. And if we hadn't had these components in place, we wouldn't have been able to attract bidders of the quality we did. It would have been the same as before, the type of guy who ended up owing us $15,000 or $17,000 plus all the other monies he owed. This was revenue neutral, and they're really, and you need to hear this from Mr. Suter, but the really ironic thing about this is it was not, when Rudy appeared before you earlier this year, it was not to ask permission to purchase this hangar. It was to ask permission to sell the hangar. What he was here for was approval of our agreement with Allied, the new FBO operator. And part of that, one component of that agreement was an option for Allied to purchase the hangar. That is what he was here to ask your approval to do. We didn't want to just let this hangar go. So we're getting slapped now for having bought it, but boy, it's pretty precious. We got a heck of a deal. We don't want to let this thing go without getting approval of all three municipalities. And that's what's so terribly ironic about this whole thing. I'm trying to just read my own. Oh, yes. There was something about Rudy was given a direction to do this, to come before these councils at that ALC meeting. 3 times has the Airport Commission under Rudy been given direction through him as a liaison. Now, how it's going to be a liaison committee if you remove the member of the commission who sits on it and is your liaison back to the commission, I'm not quite sure, but obviously that makes sense to some people. 3 times we've been given direction, and all 3 times we have followed that direction. What is the problem? Have we not been performing beyond expectations? This isn't a procedural matter. This is a trust matter. Do you trust us to operate and manage this airport for you? We haven't just been operating and managing it. We've been improving it and growing it. If that's not good enough, remove us. Remove us and replace us with some people who will do a better job.
Is that what the report says?
The report is changing. The report doesn't say that, no. But the bylaw later on in the package is removing what the airport liaison committee's role is, which is shall be an advisory committee. It's striking out those words, advisory committee. That's what you want to do. You want to stop this liaison committee from being an advisory committee and give it the power to give direction to the commission. The moment you do that, you start all kinds of problems. But I really think you need to hear from the commission members themselves, and I will move allowing them to speak.
And I'll entertain that motion in just a moment. I just want the CAO to address, not to leave everyone hanging, but if you could address the hangar.
But just to clarify some things, when Rudy did come here on the 24th, the whole issue was to clear up the whole hangar issue. It was too full to identify the hangar, and the second part of that was to be able to enter into an agreement with the fixed base operator who would then become the tenant. We didn't question the business decision at all. That's not what this is about, and that's been our position all along. We questioned the fact that that was not approved, that the original purchase and it was a purchase, was not, call it what you want, it was a purchase from the previous owner. And now they're leasing it back to the fixed-based operator, and that was our issue. The issue that was not identified in the plan. I'll admit that we haven't met as a commission, as an airport liaison committee. Yes, and that the agreement says we shall. Our intent now, in our discussions, is that the airport liaison committee would meet twice a year, and one of the changes is that we would sit down and give some direction to the committee on their strategic plan and the budget. So that's a change. And our intention would be not to have Rudy or the chair on the airport liaison committee due to the fact that the funding partners are all the three municipalities. Our intention would be, when we have airport liaison committees, would be to invite all of the commission members there if we needed them, not just one member of the commission. So the meeting we had the other day had several members there. That's what our intention is. If you look at the revised agreement, it does continue to talk about the ALC as being a liaison committee between the commission and to keep their respective councils informed of their activities. And that's what our intent is. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any other comments.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo, Morocco, and Thompson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the actual report, when it talks about the new makeup for the liaison committee, for yourself there perhaps, Mr. Todd. Mr. Todd, why would the commission chairman be removed from the ALC? What's the justification behind that?
The feeling on that is that we are representing our three respective councils. And the issue came down to is that if we're giving direction as a committee, the commission chair who we're giving direction back to does not need to be on that committee. It's the three respective councils that are giving that direction back. So our belief was that if we're really giving advice, and that committee's meeting with the three mayors and CAOs to determine what advice to give back, the advice is being given back to the chair and the whole commission. So there's not a need for that commission chair to be on there. Not that they won't be at the meeting, it's just that when it comes down to any direction or motion, it didn't, in our opinion, feel appropriate that the commission chair would actually be a voting member of a committee you're giving direction back to.
I have another question, actually, and it has to do with the wording in the bylaw. And part of the wording in the bylaw says the ALC, hereinafter, shall be a committee to give direction to the commission. Does that mean that the ALC will make a decision, tell the commission what they decided, and the commission will have to follow their direction? Or is the ALC going to operate as it's defined as an airport liaison committee?
The wording continues to be throughout is liaison. The reason we put the direction in is that's our function. Our function is to give direction back to the committee, and I explained a perfect idea of what direction was. We had met and we asked Rudy specifically that our direction to them was you should come before this council. If they decided not to do that, that was their choice. But we still had an issue of not having proper approval. So we weren't, we left it to them. Our advice to them was, here's our direction. You should get in front of the councils as soon as possible. Our direction was for Rudy to contact the clerk, and we waited for that to happen. And that's exactly what happened.
Okay, Your Worship, I apologize, but I'm not done. Is the issue then over that one word in the bylaw? Because as you sort of read on in the bylaw, there's other instances where it says the ALC shall serve to create a liaison between the commission and to keep their respective councils informed of commission activities. And then as you read on in the next point, it states clearly the control and management of the said airport shall be and is hereby entrusted to the commission.
Yes, none of that has changed.
Not to the ALC.
No.
So I'm reading this and I'm wondering, where's the fire?
Well,
what's the worry about?
If I can read,
it clearly states it here in the agreement that the commission has full control. So is it only over that one word in number 3?
Well, here's what the old wording used to be. It used to be that the ALC shall be an advisory committee to the commission. The new wording is, the ALC shall be a committee to give direction to the commission. That's what the big hang-up here is on the wording. The rest of that paragraph goes on to talk about it being a liaison between the respective councils and the commission. The sections that deal with the commission's authority to run and operate the airport and within approved budgets and strategic plans have not changed.
So I guess the issue comes down to the fact of whether or not the commission has to listen to the direction of the ALC? Is that
Yes.
what it would be?
What we're saying is it clarifies the role for us too, that we're saying we're there to give direction. And whatever, if they want to take that direction, fine. But, you know, our point here was that we had an issue that needed to be rectified, and our direction to Rudy was get in front of the council and let's get this fixed. And that direction was followed.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
No, I'm
Councilor
done.
Pietrus just,
Thank
okay,
you.
yep, to that point.
Thank you. Okay, so you asked him a direct question. Does that mean the advisory committee will tell the commission what to do? See, because when I become a liaison on a board, I choose not to vote. When I get to that board, I say, I do not want to vote, so that I do not have to vote something here that I go back to council, and if it's a funding issue, that I have to vote differently for. So as a liaison, I strictly come back and tell you either a good update or a bad update. I don't sit on a board and say, this is what you're going to do. I really don't believe that's a role of a liaison of council to a board. So I'm asking you, I understand where they have a problem with to give direction. So basically what they're worried about, because I'm looking at them and they're highlighting, those are the words they don't like. Are you going to give them direction that they are mandated to follow, or is it advice like you give anybody, you either follow it or you don't? To me, that's the fundamental difference. I don't want to hear any more stuff I don't understand. Just tell me, do those two words change how the commission works? And are you willing to take it out?
It's an advisory committee. That's what it is. And
so it's not a liaison committee, it's an advisory committee. Because there's a difference there, Ken.
Yeah, and you go back to the issue here. Once they have their budget approved, there's not really much we're talking about. If they need some advice or direction, they're coming to us. And that's what's happening here. How do you get this fixed? Well, we think you should get in front of council because the $250,000 wasn't in your budget. We're there to give them advice because it's our municipal operations.
Okay.
Right?
So in front of this camera, you are saying that it doesn't change the way the commission works, it's semantics. Doesn't change the way the commission works.
No.
You're a liaison only, you're bringing information, you're taking information, you're giving advice, but you are not demanding that they follow the direction you're given.
I would expect, and I would expect that once their budget is approved, and one of the two meetings we're supposed to have is to talk about the budget and the strategic plan, so we would be giving them advice there. If they came in and said, look, this year we're going to raise the budget by 20%, our advice is going to be, that's not going to fly here, so you might want to go back and look at it. That would be our advice.
Okay, but
right?
Advice and direction and demand are two separate things. I will support her motion. Did you get a seconder?
Yes.
Okay, I would support that motion because to me this is strictly semantics. You're on camera saying they're going to function as normal. To me it's wording on a paper, but you're going to go back to this video where you said we're strictly giving them advice. If they choose not to if they vote not to follow your advice on a 5 beats 4, that's how they can do it?
Yeah,
That's how they're going to be able to operate.
If we came back, let me use this example with the land issue, the hangar issue. Our advice to them was get before council. If Rudy said, I'm not coming back to council, we wouldn't be giving them further direction. We'd be in front of this council saying, guess what? That's because it says we report back to council. So I'd be back here saying, I think we got an issue.
Okay.
We can't direct, we can't force them to take our direction, right?
Do you get that?
Okay, we're going to hold the meeting up here. We've got Councilor Morocco, Thompson, Wing, and then Gates. Thank you. Councilor Morocco.
It's okay, my questions are done, Wayne, go on.
Okay.
I'm happy with everything.
Councilor Thompson.
Am I speaking about the roadway, or are we thinking about the airport, or, anyway. First of all, do we not have a responsibility as a council to really be in control of this situation. We appoint boards and commissions for everything that we have, with recreation, whatever. We have the appointment to the airport, but isn't the ultimate responsibility if something happens there financially where there is a huge mistake, where does it come? Comes back here. We have the responsibility. I would think we have a legal responsibility to have this liaison committee be in a position where they can give direction. So I'm getting a headache listening to all of this talk about land sale and purchase and bailiffs, and we're talking about what is our legal responsibility here as a council. How did the question? How did the other councils vote with respect to this matter?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, this St. Catharines approved the agreement last night, and Niagara-on-the-Lakes deferred it to their next meeting.
Okay, so the major stakeholder has approved the agreement, and they've vetted it through their council. So I don't have a problem with it. And it comes down to what Councillor Wing said: trust. Who do we trust here? There's no mistrust between anybody. They do a great job. We've complimented the airport people every time they've come before us with the great job they've done forward. Maybe we should be like Thorold, sending in our notice saying we're pulling out next year, and put it on the spot for the region to take over, which should be their responsibility. If everybody is getting all this economic development and support out of the airport, then it should be a regional responsibility to throw the money in the pot of all the municipalities to make it even better than what it is. That's what we should be doing. But I think we have a legal responsibility to have a liaison committee because the buck stops here.
Thank you. We have Councillor Wing and then Gates.
Yes, clarification. Niagara-on-the-Lake deferred it to get input from the commission, as I was asking for tonight. And what he didn't mention about St. Catharines is that our council rep from St. Catharines didn't show up at the meeting and resigned from the commission last night. Just today, Mayor McMullen got a hold of our airport manager and requested the copies of the bids from our latest RFP. I'm not sure why. Right now, your commission is accountable to council. It's accountable to you. If the accountability is broken, if the liaisoning is broken, then take me off. Put Jim in my place. Appoint Ken. Appoint the mayors and CAOs to the airport commission instead of councillors who evidently aren't able to do an adequate job. I admit it. I'm not doing an adequate job there. So take me off and put Jim there in my place so that you can have the liaison back to council and you can have the accountability that you're looking for, which you don't have right now. That's what this is about, isn't it? Right? You don't. The commission isn't adequate as it is. You don't have enough liaison. You don't have enough accountability. Well, then if I've failed, take me off. Put Jim there in my place. Appoint Ken. Because that's what you're doing here. You're appointing mayors and CAOs to give direction to the airport commission. So why create an extra level? Just put them on the one level that you have. That'll fix it, won't it? Like it's, and despite what Mr. Todd has claimed, I've just looked through this again, and I don't see anywhere here where it says the Airport Liaison Committee is accountable to the councils. It doesn't say anything here anywhere about the Airport Liaison Committee being accountable to anybody. So, we could solve this very simply. Pass the motion that you have on the table with a friendly two friendly amendments. One, strike the thing about the chairperson of the commission being striked out. Put the chairperson of the commission back in and change the word direction to advice. Because Mr. Todd has told you, no, if the commission decides by a democratic vote not to take our direction, then it doesn't have to. It's just advice. Well, why complicate things? Make it advice. Strike the word direction and turn it back to advice. And that will solve a lot. But my motion to allow the members of the commission to speak for themselves still stands.
Okay, we've got, two issues here. I've got Councillor Gates up next. Second is we have a motion on the table right now that we need to deal with before we can deal with a second motion. Councillor Gates?
Just a question. The issue here is that they spent $250,000. You advised them to come to council to get it really approved. And I see here on the, right up here, it says, when you did the makeup of the new committee, the budget changes limit to $25,000. I guess my question, and I appreciate an answer there, but what can they spend now? Obviously, you're changing the limit. What can they spend now? Like,
if I could
just give me a little idea on that. That's all.
If I explain that, but just back to the agreement, Section 3, last sentence, the ALC shall serve to create a liaison between the commission and keep their respective councils informed of commission activities. So that's the linkage, and that's our role to report back here and be liaisoning with the committee. The reason why we put that $25,000 in there, because when we had discussions about the changes to the agreement, the commission felt that we were, being too restrictive. And what we said was, the comment was, we don't want to have to run back to you every time we have to, our lawnmower breaks or something like that. We said, well, look, that's not the case here. So if you have an approved budget, within your approved allotment, you can have a $25,000 variance without coming back to us. Not meaning you can spend $25,000 additional, but within your budget allotment, you can reallocate funds up to $25,000. So if you don't want to buy this piece of equipment and you feel you want to buy that one, you don't have to come back with us if it's within 25. Our feeling was if it was over that amount and it was a budget amendment, then you would have to come back to us. So it gave them some flexibility within their approved budget, because when they come here and approve the budget, that's what the councils expect the money's being spent on. And if there's a program variation of greater than $25,000, again, our request is that the chair would come forward and just say, we want to do a budget amendment. And, we don't see that as being a big issue, but that's kind of how we got there on this procedural difference.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Bishop, I'm just wondering if Mr. Todd would like to comment on the issue of changing the one word from direction to advice.
The difficulty we have, and personally I don't have a difficulty, but the issue I've got is that St. Catharines has already approved it. So if we change it here, we'd have to go back to St. Catharines and convince them to change it, because it's a three-party agreement and we all sign the same agreement. That may become a problem. Then we're really in a spot. St. Catharines says, well, no, we're not going to change that. We presented this to the commission members, and not all of them, but at the meeting the other day. Based on that, we went back and presented it to the respective council. They've already gone ahead. So it might pose some difficulties to get it changed at this point.
Your Worship, understanding the crux of the issue, I can see how the councillor and the members of the commission do want that word changed. However, we've heard from Mr. Todd tonight. As I read through the agreement, it does give a lot of references to the fact that the ALC shall serve to create a liaison. That's exactly what it says in the agreement. And it goes on to say that the control and management of the airport is entrusted to the commission. It's right there in the agreement. So, again, there's countless references to the ALC being a liaison. I understand how people can get hung up over that one word, but it's listed in there a number of times as well that the ALC is only a liaison committee.
And if I could just say, through Mr. Mayor, this is unique because there's not very many agreements and committees and commissions we have that involve three separate municipalities. And that's the difficulty here. And that, I believe, was the original premise of the committee to begin with, because you've got three different municipal councils, And not only do we need a liaison between them, we need a liaison between the other two municipal councilors, or the other municipal councils. So it's kind of a two-way where we're liaising with the mayors and CAOs in addition to the commission. And we don't really have any other, I'm not aware of any other agreement that we have that's similar to that I can recall, where we have a three-party agreement where we're each appointing members to that committee. So that was kind of the premise behind the committee to begin with. Oh, the Illumination Board, okay. Well, well, the there you go.
Is there any other, yeah, because before I call the vote, is there any other comments of councillors? Yes, Councillor Wing.
Are you going to hear from the commission members who've taken the time?
Procedurally, we can't because we have a motion on the table right now. Procedurally, Mr. Clerk?
I've never before seen this council not hear from people who've come in response to an issue that's on the agenda. This will be a first.
Yeah, well, how do we do it with Mr.?
Somebody better withdraw the motion or second.
Yeah, withdraw the motion or defer the motion until you've heard from the representatives.
Okay, we've got a mover, Councillor Morocco, and seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. So if you want to defer your motion, then we can. I don't mind hearing from you. Yeah, and I don't either. Just procedurally, I can't do it.
I'm going to continue to support this motion, but if they want to speak, then that's fine, but it's not going to change my mind. I think I've heard enough tonight, and there's not going to be anything that's going to change what they speak, but with all due respect, we'll listen.
So we can defer this motion? Yeah. Okay, so then I've got a motion by Councillor Wing to hear the chair, Mr. Rudy Suter, speak, and a second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Welcome, Mr. Suter.
Which one is it?
Whichever one you like. The other one's maybe easier for you. The taller one, yeah.
There you go. Well, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me here, but I wasn't prepared to come and speak here tonight. I knew that Councillor Ring would do a great job representing the consensus of the Commission, and I'm not here to speak as the chairman of the Commission. I'm here to speak with Ernie in the first place because you appointed us to that Commission. We did not have an opportunity, we were not given an opportunity to debate and make a statement to that proposed agreement because I thought that we were the ones that were working with that agreement over the past 6 years and obviously successfully. So, no, I can't make a statement for the Commission. What I can tell you is that maybe once and forever, this hangar issue was one of the biggest success stories in our history. We just generated in one, not purchase by the way, in one legal rush with 4 lawyers and a bailiff involved, we ended up owning a building that made us $270,000 net gain profit. And that's only when we sell it through that agreement that I was here to ask you for permission to have that in there. In the meantime, we're generating $50,000 additional revenues with that hangar building. So it wasn't a purchase. It was our legal right and our responsibility of the Commission to protect your assets by going after that default clause, or with the default clause that we have in every single lease agreement. We could end up tomorrow with another hangar under different conditions. It was a complicated case, I know that. And of course people like to simplify it and say it was a purchase. It wasn't a purchase, simply. And we collected taxes. It came about that almost like we owed the town taxes. No, that's not the case. The town of Niagara Lake was not able over 5 years to collect $100,000 in taxes, including penalties from that same owner. And we helped them get at least $60,000 back, the Commission. So I don't know what's wrong. Personally, when I left here 6 years ago, back then Mayor Tetzelsi came and said, you know, Rudy, you really have to go and take a close look at that stuff because it's not good down there. It's a mess. And I said, oh, okay. I didn't know what kind of a mess it was, but it was really a mess. And I'd like to ask you, I'm not a U.S. politician, but I'd like to ask you, are you better off today than 6 years ago? So what's the issue? I'm not here to take directions. Our manager that we hired, a professional through and through, gives direction to our maintenance staff, his maintenance staff. If the directions are not followed, it has consequences. That's how I grew up. I know nothing else. about giving directions than exactly that. And if it's really true, and then I don't believe that your counterpart in St. Catharines has the same opinion as Ken Todd, if it's really true that all you want to give us is the same advice that you did in the past and we followed successfully in the past, then call it advice. Right? Why call it something that's not consistent? Why should an advisory committee be called a liaison committee to give directions? That's my personal opinion. As your rep over the last 6 years, I'd like to have an opportunity. I would love to have an opportunity with the commission as a whole to come back with an opinion and with reasons. And by the way, there's no urgency. We've been working with that old agreement for 6 years now. So what's the rush? Nothing's running away. It all happened 6 years ago. I think that's our concern is absolutely to turn, give directions, and I would like to add again that your counterparts, Jim and Ken, do not share the same interpretation of that. 100% not. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Any questions of Mr. Suter? Councilors? No? Okay, thank you very much. All right, yes, Councilor Morocco.
As I stated before, I'd like to make a motion to move the recommendation put forward.
Okay, removing, again, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I don't mind seconding the motion. I believe that the ALC will function in a liaison capacity. I also agree that it is a semantics and words. I mean, staff give us direction all the time in reports. We don't necessarily follow it. In the same sense, I don't think it would be too onerous of us to include in the motion to go back to the other municipalities and have that one word changed. I think that that would be an easy change. It'd be simple. It would make our commission happy. They're doing a good job. I'd like them to continue doing a good job. I'd like to see them happy and continue in that capacity. And it would just simply define what the ALC is there for. And I mean, if we stand up and we listen to Ken Todd say that it is only going to be a liaison committee and they are going to be giving advice, then let's define that. It's an easy one.
I accept the change on the motion.
Yep.
In say advice?
And we'd be happy to do that. Just forewarn you that we may go back to the other municipalities and they may say, no, we're not going to do that, and we'll be back here saying, look, we've got a bit of a stalemate here. So we may need to report back again to you, but... Yeah.
So we've got the motion, the recommendation, but with the one change being from direction to advise. Is that the way I understand it? Okay, give advice or advise. Okay, so we've got the okay, we're going to, any comment to the motion? Councillor Maves?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we couldn't just pass the recommendation, then pass another one suggesting that possibly we change the name. Because I'd like to see this thing, change the word. Because I'd like to see it done in two motions, whereby we pass what we have here with the suggestion, and then pass another motion that we change the name of the committee to the advisory committee from, and if the other committee, city of Niagara Falls, or St. Catharines and Niagara Lake go along with it, then we can possibly change it. I think in principle we have to
I'm
pass
just
it.
going to get advice from our clerk on that.
Well, you're not changing the name of the liaison committee. You're changing this one word, which is what the function of the committee is, from direction to advice or advise.
Well, can we do that in a separate motion then after?
Well, you're approving the agreement. That's basically what you're doing. You're approving the agreement. So what you're saying is you're amending you're basically approving it with an amendment to change that word from...
That's not what he's saying. He's saying approve the agreement, then send the second motion to St. Catharines asking that we look to change that word.
To change the agreement.
To change the one word in the agreement.
Yes. Yeah, you've got to keep them together.
Yes, Councillor Iononi.
I'm going to support the motion with the change from direct to advise, because I'm going to tell you something. If we are right, and it is strictly to advise, and Mr. Suter's right, you're going to get help from Mayor McMullen and his CAO. Because if he's telling us the truth, that their opinion, that their perception of that, then the problems they were worried about were going to happen anyway. So either this sets the tone or it doesn't. But I really think we need to back our own commissioners, and I'm going to support the motion.
Okay, Councillor Wynn.
Yes, and we still have an agreement, even if we don't do anything tonight. It says at the end, Clause 18, this agreement shall supersede any previous agreement, and unless renewed or terminated by the parties thereto, the said agreement shall be binding on successors and assigns, and shall remain in effect until the 31st day of December 2026.
Okay, we didn't have all this debate for no motion, so let's go.
Yeah, and I will very happily support it as long as the word direction is changed to advice. And in that case, yeah.
Okay, council, we've had a full debate. We know that this may end up back in this room again. We'll find that out. Regardless, I think this is definitely a debate about semantics. I don't think it was ever in question who had the authority here, but just the same, if it's something that's give and some take, then we can move forward on it. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor, were you opposed?
Yeah, I think it's semantics.
Okay. The one opposed, and that issue is done for tonight. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, moving on to the bylaws. Mr. Yes, Councilor Gates?
I apologize, but just real quick, I missed on municipal accounts. I just got one question. I'm just wondering if the council wouldn't mind if I just asked the question. I know we had passed it, but I could, but...
Go ahead, what do you want to know?
It's on the first page of 13, and it says it's refund, it looks like our decision for 200. What is that? It's $107,524.28.
The very first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the first page.
Okay, we'll ask our, we see it, very first
Okay.
one on page 1 of 13.
Just didn't know what
Mr.
it was.
Todd,
Figure it out.
ask our CFO for an answer on that one.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, that is a ARB decision, the Assessment Review Board decision, and that is to the company that had the appeal won at the Assessment Review Board. I don't know off the top of my head what all the details of that are. I can provide that to the council if you like, but that's what it is. These are routinely decided.
He thought that was arbitrations. Or
No, it's the Assessment Review Board.
Okay.
That's what we refer to the
ARB.
Yeah.
We're good with that? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on.
Introduce the bylaws, Your Worship?
We're not there. We've got to first ask our clerk here if he has any additional bylaws or amendments.
Well, in relation to the decision you just made, me and Mr. Todd Caucuston, we feel it's probably appropriate to pull the bylaw related to the airport agreement till we get that possible change in wording through St. Catharines. So we'll bring the bylaw back at a future date with relation to that after we've provided that direction to the two other municipalities on council's decision. So as a result, we'll pull 2012-130 at this point in time, and the subsequent two bylaws will be numbered accordingly.
Motion to introduce the bylaws, Your Worship?
Moved by Councillor Peter Angelo to give the bylaws a first reading, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? You're opposed?
I want to pull one.
Okay. You're opposed. You want to be opposed to one?
Yeah, I'll be opposed.
To which one's that?
2012-128.
Miller Estates? 2012 and third one. Okay, so Councillor Gates opposed. Okay, yes, Councillor Wayne?
And I'm opposed to 2012-126.
The first one. Okay. Okay, both recorded, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2012-126 to 2012-131, read a first time.
Second and third with adjournment.
Second and third with an adjournment. Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor?
Bylaws 2012-126 to 2012-131, read a second and third time and passed.
Okay, new business. Councillor Iannoni, Councillor Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a request from Ruth Ann Newstig of Patterson Funeral Homes, and this came on the tail of a complaint from a resident. The resident had to bury her mother the day Superstorm Sandy hit Niagara Falls. When they got there, there were no tents up. And she said to me, the family couldn't get out, they couldn't stand at the grave site, they were all elderly, they couldn't do it. Then she says to me, there's a council passed a $200 charge to put the tents up for revenue in the grave site. Now, I have to honestly tell you, I said, no, we didn't. I have no memory of doing that. We, in fact, did. It came to a report from Cynthia Roberts as a revenue generator. I will say this. When families are burying their loved ones, this was a family burying their mother, every penny was a factor, including the cost to put up the $200 tent. Our staff is there. The tents are sitting there. I would like I just think at that time, perhaps we shouldn't be money gouging. Maybe this is one place we shouldn't be money gouging. And I'd like to know, since we've passed that bylaw, can staff bring back a report that tells us how much revenue we have generated from that to see if it's even worth continuing to do? Because she explained to me, and while she explained she understands $200 is not a lot to a lot of people, that was out of the realm they had to bury their mother. Of course, it was not a great day, but I mean, whether it's in a heat storm under blazing sun or whether it's in Superstorm Sandy, that was a service we provided. Our staff is there. It takes 15 minutes to put it up, and we have the equipment. So I'd like a report back from staff telling us how much revenue we've actually generated from that. Is it worth continuing, or should be at a service we give back to the residents? And I've heard from 3 families since then, because it kind of snowballed from that. So I make that motion.
Okay, we'll get the CAO to jump in on this.
I'm just wondering, would it be okay, we have a cemetery review coming back probably in February that's going to talk a whole bunch of issues. Would it be okay to just kind of address it while we're bringing that report forward, or do you want a separate report?
No, it's November. They'd kind of like an answer now. And actually, her final thing to me was, I'd hate to see other families who have to stand out there. We're going into a winter storm season. What if you got a winter storm and you're burying a family member? I think it's something we maybe need to take a look at. It's $200 for something that takes staff 15 minutes. Maybe just see how much revenue it's generated. Because quite frankly, I think if you're going to gouge, that's probably not the place to do it.
So you're asking for a report
from staff to tell us whether it's been successful in generating revenue, because my understanding from the funeral home directors that I've spoke to are families are opting out of it because every cent matters at that point.
Okay, so we'll get a report on the tents for funerals at the cemeteries. Moved by Councillor Iannone, seconder. Do we have a seconder on the motion? Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Councillor Wing?
Yes, trying to be proactive here. Everybody gets upset when a meth clinic moves into their neighborhood or is slated to move into their neighborhood, and I think we can maybe help convince the federal government to prevent the need for more meth clinics. I'd like to propose a resolution to the federal government to intervene and reverse the Health Canada decision, which was made over the objections of doctors, pharmacists, police chiefs, and provincial health ministers. Reverse their decision to permit generic OxyContin to be released into the Canadian market. I don't know if anybody else has been following this. The National Post has been covering this quite extensively over the past few years, but the original patent for OxyContin, the pills were easily crushed into a form that could be snorted or injected, and there's a new form that the Neo-Oxy's just come out, which doesn't lend itself to having that done. However, now that we're tackling this big problem which exists in all communities, the patent has come off the original product, and the generics now have been approved to come into Canada. So we're going to be back to a form being readily available which can be converted for use as a recreational drug, and it has really devastating impacts. I've talked to people who've dealt with it. I've talked to people who have friends who've dealt with it, and we really can help prevent this. So my resolution is to the federal government to intervene and reverse that Health Canada decision. I have something else afterward as well.
Okay. We have a motion by Councillor Wing, seconded by Councillor Morocco, to ask the federal government to intervene and reverse their decision.
And to circulate this to all municipalities across Canada.
Okay. On the generic drug production of the OxyContin and to circulate to all the area municipalities. Any discussion to the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's opposed? Okay, 2 opposed. All right, thank
I want to
you.
be the one in the 7 to 1 months.
Actually, you didn't get it. That was 2. 6 and 2. Okay, and next up?
And the other one is, I heard from a gentleman whose wife was taken to hospital a few days ago, and he happened to overhear a couple of healthcare providers talking. He doesn't think they realized he overheard them, but the one commented to the other that his wife wouldn't be alive if there hadn't been a hospital in Niagara Falls, and so he wanted it raised tonight. And I guess maybe what we could do is send a resolution. It's probably identical to something else we've already done, but we need to send a resolution to the Minister of Health asking that the Welland Mayor's dissent be ignored, and that she listen to the people of the communities, that the new hospital in South and East Niagara is intended to serve. Get moving on it as soon as possible, and to keep all health services currently in place in Eastern and Southern Niagara in place until that new hospital is open. And that's my motion.
Okay.
I appreciate the intent, but we've already done that on all of those counts, so.
I appreciate the intent, and I appreciate your emails too that you sent to the region. Any other new business? Okay, motion for adjournment by Councillor May, second by Councillor Carrier. All those in favor? Thank you, folks.